Chapter 1552. The Netherworld's South Outer Continent. Outside the corpse ancestor hall. The Monolith clan had sunk into despair. Lord True had fallen? Jiangchen was the one who'd created the monolith. In their eyes, Jiangchen was a peerless god. But Yan Chuan had devoured their god? While the Monolith clan's experts were enraged, they were also filled with hatred for Yan Chuan. Crown Prince Fu Su arrived at the corpse ancestor hall. The 10 Monolith clan experts met with him. Outside, a large number of Monolith clan experts had gathered. Their eyes were bloodshot as they glared at the nearby envoy. Some of them even wanted to tear him to shreds. Inside the corpse ancestor hall. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Xin. The 10 Monolith clan experts glared at Fu Su. Their eyes were filled with fury. Jiangchen is dead. Where do you all go from here? Fu Su smiled. Lord True was killed by Yan Chuan. Are you here to mock us? Pan Yi asked coldly. He's Yan Chuan's son. Kill him. Kill him. Avenge Lord True. The Monolith clan members in the hall were extremely agitated. Fu Su shook his head. Everyone, I dared come alone. Do you not have the courage to listen to me? All right, stop quarreling. Pan Jia yelled. The hall instantly quieted down. Pan Jia stared at Fu Su. Crown Prince Fu Su, I presume you didn't come here to make sarcastic remarks, did you? Do I look like such a senseless person? Fu Su smiled. Then what do you mean? Pan Jia asked coldly. I'd like to know what you mean by calling my imperial father Vice Lord? Fu Su smiled. Everyone frowned. Vice Lord is a master of a level below Lord True, Pan Jia said grimly. That's right. My father is your secondary lord. Now that Jiangchen is dead, my father's secondary lord should be a level higher. Why are you glaring at me so angrily? Fu Su laughed. It was Yan Chuan who killed True Lord. He deserves to die. Pan Gung shouted. Then what is the True Lord? Fu Su asked solemnly. Jiangchen is the True Lord. Pan Gung said in a low voice. No. Fu Su laughed. Oh. Everyone looked at Fu Su in confusion. My father is the secondary lord, Jiangchen is the True Lord. When the True Lord is here, the secondary lord is the secondary lord. But today, the secondary lord has replaced the True Lord. My father should be your True Lord. Fu Su said solemnly. What? Bastard, Yan Chuan killed True Lord, and you want us to submit? Yan Chuan is worthy of being True Lord. Everyone was furious, while Fu Su looked at Pan Jia. Pan Jia was silent. Pan Jia, perhaps Jiangchen had already predicted today's situation. That's why he gave my father the title of Vice Lord. If my father loses, Jiangchen will naturally return to being the True Lord. If Jiangchen loses, then the True Lord will change positions, right? Fu Su stared at Pan Jia and said. Fu Su's eyes were filled with confidence. This was not just persuasion, but coercion. The current Great Jin was no longer the Great Jin of the past. It would be best if the Boulder tribe could be persuaded to surrender, but if they couldn't, even if they were destroyed, it wouldn't hurt them. Fu Su was forcing Pan Jia. They could either acknowledge the new True Lord or wait for the Boulder tribe to be destroyed. Big brother, how can we listen to this kid's nonsense? Everyone looked at Pan Jia. Pan Jia looked at Fu Su and saw Fu Su's resolute gaze. After a moment of silence, Pan Jia said, Secondary Lord is True Lord's last wish. No one else will participate in the struggle between True and Secondary Lord. We will respect Jiangchen's last wish. From now on, Yan Chuan is the new True Lord of the Boulder tribe. What? Big brother, what did you say? Everyone looked at Pan Jia in shock. I said, from now on, Yan Chuan is the new True Lord of the Boulder tribe. Pan Jia said in a deep voice. There was an uproar in the hall. Some people understood Pan Jia's meaning and agreed, but there were even more people who were unhappy with this decision. Fu Su wasn't in a hurry. Everyone, discuss. I will wait outside the hall. With that, Fu Su stepped out of the corpse ancestor hall. At this moment, none of the 10 people stopped him. He walked out of the hall. Kwang! Fu Su casually closed the door of the hall and stood at the entrance, looking at the angry gazes of the Boulder tribe not far away. Outside the hall, Fu Su waited for an entire day. Quang! The door of the hall opened again. At this moment, among the 10 brothers, some had unwillingness in their eyes, but most of them were convinced by Panjia. Everyone, how did the discussion go? Fu Su smiled. Greetings, true Lord's envoy. Everyone said. Fu Su smiled in satisfaction. The occupation of the great evil world was surprisingly smooth. In just a short year, all the places were occupied. In the Yang realm, the Dongnan continent was under the control of the Golden Emperor. With the fall of the Golden Emperor, the Dongnan continent lost its backbone. With the arrival of the great evil world, many powerhouses took the initiative to join them. As for the Zhongtian continent, Zhongshan's army also achieved results in a short time. Great evil world, first world, combine. Yan Chuan shouted for the first time. Great evil world, first world, combine. Zhongshan shouted for the second time. Great evil world, first world, combine. One by one, the peerless powerhouses shouted. Rumble! The entire great evil world began to move, quickly merging into the first world. The Yang realm was in chaos. The entire great evil world was merging with the first world. The Yang realm was also in chaos. The Shiwai continent, which only belonged to the great evil world, seemed to be drifting with the sea to the south of the Nanwai continent. Other than the Shiwai continent in the Yang realm, all the territories in the great evil world merged with the first world. Rumble! The world was in an uproar. Great wide world, first world, combine. Zhongshan shouted loudly, and the corresponding parts of the great wide world also merged with the first world, the Zhongtian continent, and the Yang realm's north continent. Rumble! The world turned upside down. The entire 4 realms was trembling. It was chaos, and everything had entered the era of great fusion. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan and silver-eyed Gigu Zi sat together in Xianyang, observing the drastic changes in the world. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan was surrounded by 3,000 heavenly Dao. At this moment, as the 2 silver eyes continued to pierce through the world, another 3,000 heavenly Dao appeared outside the 3,000 heavenly Dao. The first 3,000 heavenly Dao were the 3,000 heavenly Dao of the great wide world that existed in Yan Chuan's first life. At this moment, the 3,000 heavenly Dao of the great evil world were deduced. 6,000 heavenly Dao surrounded the 2 of them. Rumble! The 2 of them were restoring the cycle of the great evil world's heavenly Dao. 3 months had passed. Everything returned to normal. At the mouth of Xianyang, Yan Chuan looked at the calm world. The entire Xianyang's heaven and earth essence qi once again thickened. In the sky, providence, merit, luck, and Dao of fortune also became stronger. The Zhen now controls the 6 continents of the first world, the Yinyang East Continent, the Yinyang South Continent, the Huannan Southeast Continent, the Inner South Continent, and the remnants of the great evil world's West Continent. Only Zhongshan can compare to Zhen's territory. Lu Bui sighed. Yan Chuan, who was in human form, looked around and said, I wish to take a walk around the world and experience it for the upcoming battle. During my absence, Xing Wang and Ming Wang will temporarily take over the administration. The officials answered. Chapter 1553. It had been 5 years since the great evil world merged with the first world. All the continents in the world were in harmony, except for the great Zhou domain. Yan Chuan had a grudge against Wujiang, so he was unwilling to give Wujiang a continent. The great Zhou world had been peaceful for the past 5 years, with Shangguan Wan taking over the reins. Boom! Not far from the Taiji Palace, a purple sword intent soared into the sky from a palace. A group of officials gathered outside the palace. This is the sword intent of the prime of Tongtian? Di Renjie's eyes lit up. The great emperor has comprehended the prime of Tongtian's sword intent and broken through the shackles, reaching the 16th heavenly layer? Yuan Tiangong's eyes lit up. Quang! The palace door opened. Wu Jiong walked out of the palace slowly. The 16th heavenly layer Wu Jiong exuded an even more powerful aura. Greetings, great emperor. The officials said respectfully. You may rise. Wu Jiong said calmly. Thank you, great emperor. The officials replied. Wu Jiong raised his head and looked at the sky, then at the east. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Great emperor, the great evil world has merged with the first world, except for the west outer continent. Shengguan Wan'er said. Wu Jiong looked at Xianying in the east, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I know. Wu Jiong said coldly. North outer continent, outside the Immortal Palace. Zhong Shan looked at the world in front of him. Realm Lord, the North outer continent, the Northwest continent, the Southwest continent, and the Middle continent have all passed peacefully. In the world today, only the Great Jin Empire can compete with us. However, we still have the continents in the Great Thousand World, and even the Great Jin Empire can't compare to us. An official said with a smile. Yen, you will go to Xianying and pass this fire phoenix to Yen Chuan. Zhong Shan took out a fiery red ball. Realm Lord, isn't this the Empress's? Yen was surprised. That's right. However, Yen Chuan is too generous this time. Many territories in the 5 continents were given to me without reservation. Haha, I don't want to have too much psychological burden. Zhong Shan said with a smile. But the Realm Lord deserves it. In Wuji, it is the Realm Lord who defeated the Mountain God. It is the right thing to do. Yen frowned. Dongfang Bubi also dealt with the Vine God. Why did he only take one continent? In Wuji, I have already seized the Mountain God's endless luck. This can be considered as a reward. Too much is as bad as not enough. Zhong Shan analyzed. Alright, Supreme Fire Phoenix? Such a big gift, Yen Chuan should be satisfied. Yen nodded. The two of them looked at the world. Xing. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot into the sky from a territory behind them. Violent sword chi sprayed out. It covered the entire world. The swords of countless sword cultivators in the surrounding continents began to vibrate as if they were worshipping their king. Jian Ao from the sword pavilion? Asked Yen. Jian Ao. He has reached the peak. Zhong Shan nodded. Jian Ao has come out of seclusion. It seems like he is going to challenge Xian Yang. Yen said solemnly. Zhong Shan nodded. In Xianyang, the 2 princes were in charge of the government. Yen Chuan was roaming the world alone. The zombie Yen Chuan was in seclusion to prevent his emotions from affecting his human body. The human Yen Chuan was roaming aimlessly. Even Yen Chuan himself did not know what he needed to comprehend. Wherever he went, it would be there. He went to some cities. However, he did not comprehend anything in the noisy cities. There were only worshipping and admiring gazes. Yen Chuan immediately left the city and walked towards the mountains. However, after walking for a while, he still could not comprehend anything other than beasts, cultivators, and poisonous miasma. Yen Chuan needed a feeling that was closest to nature. However, everything seemed to be impetuous. Until he walked to a surging river. Yen Chuan looked at the surging river and was slightly stunned. With the rise of his status, everywhere he went, there was an attitude of obedience and respect. Everything revolved around him. His words and actions would affect everything around him. But now, in the flowing river, he was completely ignored. There was no respect, no respect. It had always been this way, and it would always be this way. He recognized his own nature. Everything else was illusory. He did what he was supposed to do and did not care about anything else. At this moment, Yen Chuan seemed to have comprehended something. However, he could not capture it. He stood by the river for 10 days, but he still did not comprehend anything. Maybe if I turn into water, I will comprehend more. Yen Chuan jumped into the river. His thoughts merged with the river. It was as if he had become a part of the river. Hong! The river was surging. Yen Chuan flowed down the river. It was as if he had become a part of the river. He was unstoppable. Wherever the river passed, there was only one goal. Forward bravely. Hong! It hit the boulders on the shore again and again, turning them into powder and then condensing again to hit another boulder. The river water scattered and then condensed again. It was like Yen Chuan's self-detonation. It exploded and then recovered. The only difference was that after the self-detonation, the body would be slightly weaker. After all, the explosion of self-detonation would consume energy. The more explosive, the weaker it would be. However, why was the water different? The more it collided, the more it scattered and condensed. However, it was crystal clear and had more vitality. If the water was too still, it would become stagnant water. Now that the water had scattered and condensed, it had more vitality. Perhaps his self-detonation was not perfect. If it could be like water, every time it scattered, it would be stronger. Wouldn't that be better? The more ordinary a place was, the more extraordinary it was. Yen Chuan seemed to have found what he wanted. He was quietly comprehending. No one in the world knew where Yen Chuan was. It was even more impossible to imagine that a great emperor would turn into the most ordinary river water and flow down. 1 year later, Hong. At the mouth of the sea, Yen Chuan was washed into the sea, along with the surging sea water. In the past, Yen Chuan thought that this water could be steamed, moved, and kneaded by him. However, after entering it, he realized that perhaps anything in the world could let him comprehend the true meaning of life. Water was the source of life. In the water, Yen Chuan seemed to be able to feel many truths of heaven and earth. In the past, he simulated the heavenly Tao and formed the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Although it seemed powerful, it was mostly an imitation of heaven and earth. Many great Taoists only knew how and not why. However, at this moment, Yen Chuan used the water to understand many things that he missed in the past. In the vast sea, there was an inconspicuous water area that emitted a 16-colored light. 1 year later, this water area emitted a 17-colored light. Another 3 years later, this water area gradually emitted a faint 18-colored light. It was as if a peerless treasure was about to be born. Now that Yen Chuan had found what he wanted, he wasn't in a hurry to go back. In other words, he was completely immersed in this mysterious experience. It was as if he had really turned into a water area. Chapter 1554. Above the sea outside the Jinlong territory, dark clouds covered the sky and strong winds blew. Boom! There was a loud sound of thunder and torrential rain suddenly fell. The sea surged and roared against the wind. Layers of huge waves rushed to the sky to welcome the storm. In the sea, there was a colorful water body. The water body was sometimes 16 colors, sometimes 17 colors, and sometimes 18 colors, changing back and forth. Apart from the color, there was nothing special about it. It was just like ordinary seawater. Boom! A bolt of lightning rushed down. Against the wind and the waves, the colorful water body was stirred up towards the lightning. The water body and the lightning body fiercely collided. The water body was soft, while the lightning body was sharp. Even though they knew the result, they did not hesitate. Boom! The colorful water body was instantly evaporated into mist. The water body completely dissipated, but even if it dissipated, the lightning was also divided. The colorful mist rose into the sky and gradually merged with the dark clouds. In an instant, it turned into a dark cloud and stood opposite the seawater below. Boom! The particles formed by the dark cloud once again created a huge lightning bolt that crashed into the sea. A colorful lightning bolt rushed into the sea. Boom! As if repeating the previous scene, the lightning and the seawater collided again. Buzz! This time, after the collision, Yen Chuan's figure suddenly condensed. Yen Chuan gradually turned into a human again. He sat on the surface of the sea and experienced the strange experience just now. Everything in the world is changing. Perhaps I am you, and you are me? Yen Chuan opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Boom! The dark clouds dispersed and the sky suddenly cleared up. Tai Chi? So this is the real Tai Chi. Tai Chi gives birth to everything, but everything in the world is Tai Chi. So, everything is the same. Tai Chi is eternal and unchanging. Everything is born with a single thought. Yen Chuan understood many things in an instant. Although his cultivation was still at the 16th heaven, Yen Chuan understood that the 16th heaven now was much stronger than before. Ha ha! In the midst of his laughter, Yan Chuan stepped into the sky and headed towards Xianyang. Xianyang City. Xianyang City stood on a huge dragon head. At this moment, far away from the dragon's head, there was a mountain that rose from the ground. It soared into the sky and reached the same height as the dragon's head. At the peak of a sword-shaped mountain, a white-clothed man sat cross-legged. Jian'eo. In Xianyang City. In a restaurant. Did you see that? That's Jian'eo. He's here to challenge the great emperor. What a powerful Jian'eo. Even I can't get close to him. Get close? His entire body is filled with sword intent. He has been here for 3 years, and every blade of grass and tree around him is filled with supreme sword intent. Comprehending his sword intent has greatly improved my sword Dao. That's right. Now, many cultivators have come from all over to observe Jian'eo's sword essence. Too strong. This person is the best swordsman in the world. It's been 3 years. Why haven't I seen the great emperor come out to battle? Is the great emperor afraid? Bullshit. Why would the great emperor be afraid of him? Why hasn't the great emperor appeared yet? What do you know? I don't know why the great emperor didn't appear. However, do you know why Jian'eo came to challenge the great emperor? Why? Because rumor has it that he lost to the great emperor back then. Countless discussions in Xianyang City revolved around Jian'eo, who came to challenge the great emperor. At the entrance of Skyward Palace, the crown prince looked at Jian'eo in the distance every day. Imperial Father has already wandered the world for 10 years. I wonder where he is now. The Nether King said with a frown. Imperial Father will return soon. Xing Wang said with a frown. Jian'eo came to challenge? What a ferocious sword intent. The Nether King said with a frown. Dongfang Jingpai, what do you think of Jian'eo's strength? Xing Wang looked at Dongfang Jingpai. Dongfang Jingpai showed a strange expression. I can't even take one sword strike from him. Everyone was startled. Pan Jia, you are at the 16th heaven, the same as Jian'eo. What do you think of Jian'eo's strength? Xing Wang looked at Pan Jia. Pan Jia looked at Jian'eo in the distance. After a moment of silence, he said, 1 month ago, I approached that mountain. However, the sword intent from that mountain could enter my body and tear it apart. I can't defeat him. Perhaps I can't even take one sword strike from him. Pan Jia said bitterly. Everyone was silent. Crown princes, my ancestor once said that Jian'eo's sword Dao might be the best in the world. Jin Dayu said. Shadi? Xing Wang's eyes lit up. One should know that Shadi's strength was at the peak of the 17th heaven. He was a true peerless expert. Shadi's evaluation might be the most accurate. What else did Shadi say? The Nether King asked. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. My ancestors said that he might not be able to defeat Jian'eo. What? Pan Jia and the others exclaimed. Shadi was at the peak of the 17th heaven. He might not be able to defeat Jian'eo? Pan Jia and the others had thought highly of Jian'eo's strength. However, they didn't expect Shadi to give such an evaluation. Jian'eo was only at the 16th heaven. Even a peak 17th heaven expert didn't dare to say that he could defeat him. If Jian'eo reached the 17th heaven, wouldn't he be able to challenge a peak 18th heaven expert? What should we do? Lu Gang asked in surprise. My ancestors said that if we want to defeat Jian'eo, it's best to fight him in his zombie body. Jin Dayu said. I'm afraid that's not possible. Xing Wang shook his head. At this moment, Jian'eo, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, 2 sharp sword rays shot out from his eyes. Jian'eo stood up abruptly. Jian'eo had attracted everyone's attention in the past 3 years. Now that he moved, the entire Xianyang was in an uproar. Why did Jian'eo stand up? Jian'eo turned his head and looked to the west. In the west, a rainbow streaked across the sky and arrived at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Buzz. There was no wind, but it was like a ray of light. Father! The Nether King's eyes lit up. Greetings, Great Emperor! All the officials suddenly shouted. The Great Emperor is back. The great emperor is back. Xian Yang was in jubilation. Although many people knew that Jian Ao was strong, their faith in Yan Chuan made them stand on Yan Chuan's side. Yan Chuan landed at the entrance of the skyward palace and took a step forward, looking at Jian Ao in the distance. Yan Chuan, you're finally back. Jian Ao said solemnly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yan Chuan nodded. Jian Ao, please fight again. Jian Ao said solemnly. Yan Chuan had fought him once in his first life. This was the second time. All right. Yan Chuan nodded and agreed. In the past, Jian Ao was still immortal, and he foolishly challenged an ancestral immortal. This time, Jian Ao has grown to the same level as you. You can fight with all your strength. Jian Ao said confidently with his sword in hand. I will. This is Xian Yang, where my people live. Let's fight in the starry sky. Don't harm my people. Yan Chuan took a step forward and soared into the sky again. Jian Ao frowned and said, What I mean is, you can fight me with 3 bodies. But do you think I'm not strong enough? Yan Chuan smiled in midair. I know that you have Kong Huangtian's will. However, I'm stronger than him. Back then, the Golden Great Emperor wielded the seal of great virtue and was on par with the North Pole Emperor. I could defeat him at the 15th heaven, but Kong Huangtian, who was at the 16th heaven, was still lacking. Jian Ao said confidently. Kong Huangtian was strong, but Jian Ao was stronger than Kong Huangtian. In the past, when Yan Chuan strengthened himself, he relied on Kong Huangtian's will. That was why Jian Ao was so confident. You are stronger than Kong Huangtian, but I don't only have Kong Huangtian's will. Let's go. Yan Chuan said. Jian Ao finally nodded. Boom. The two of them stepped into the starry sky. Above the starry sky, Yan Chuan stepped into the void. He didn't use the great emperor's sacrificial altar and only held the grand emperor sword in his hand. You want to compete with me in the sword? Jian Ao asked solemnly. Don't talk too much. Let's begin. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Jian Ao nodded. Jian Ao wasn't a conceited person. Even though he had seen Yan Chuan fight in the past and didn't think much of it, he still treated it seriously. Tongyang. Jian Ao instantly stabbed towards Yan Chuan with his sword. As the sword stabbed out, endless light gathered from all directions, forming countless piercing sword qi that surrounded a scorching sword aura. It tore through the void and rushed towards Yan Chuan. Where there's yang, there's yin. Go. Yan Chuan welcomed it with his sword. However, Yan Chuan's sword seemed to tear through the void. Billowing yin qi gathered from the netherworld and rushed towards Jian Ao's sword. Boom. The two swords collided, and the sound shook heaven and earth. For a moment, the entire world was filled with this sound. The stars in the sky suddenly began to tremble. The huge tremors instantly alarmed all the strong practitioners in the world. Wu Jiong, Zhong Shan, and Dongfang Bubi all walked out of their residences and stood on high ground to watch the battle in the distant starry sky. Using a sword? Yan Chuan uses a sword? Lotus Goddess stood behind Dongfang Bubi and said in surprise. It's a sword. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. This disciple saw their battle just now. Even this disciple couldn't block that sword. How did Yan Chuan use it? Was he holding back when he was fighting me? Lotus Goddess said in surprise. No, Yan Chuan's strength has increased. Dongfang Bubi shook his head. Outer North Continent Zhongshan looked at the battle in the distance, and a glint flashed in his eyes. As expected of Ing, Zhongshan's eyes flashed with a glint. Outer West Continent Wu Jiong frowned as he looked at the battle in the starry sky. Wu Jiong was already at the 16th heaven. However, when he saw the battle between the two strong practitioners in the starry sky, his expression changed. In the starry sky, a sword clashed. Jian Ao and Yan Chuan paused and looked at each other quietly. How did your sword Dao suddenly become so strong? Jian Ao exclaimed, revealing a trace of shock. In the past, he had seen Yan Chuan use Kong Huangtian's sword intent to fight. However, it couldn't be as fierce as it was now. Jian Ao's sword could hit the 17th heaven. Yan Chuan could actually use a sword that was on par with him? Yan Chuan's cultivation was the same as his. I'm not using the sword Dao. Yan Chuan shook his head. Oh, Jian Ao said in surprise. I'm using the Dao of heaven. Yan Chuan said solemnly. As he spoke, Yan Chuan twirled his sword. Suddenly, Jian Ao's Tongyang was swung out by Yan Chuan. The way he swung his sword was different, but the effect was the same. Boom! Tong Yang's sword slashed at Jian Ao again. The Tao of heaven. All things and all forces originate from Tai Chi. Everything is one. Why do we need each other? Yan Chuan slashed his sword. Chapter 1555. In the Tao of heaven, everything has its origin. Taiji, everything is one. Why do we need each other? Yan Chuan slashed with his sword. Although the momentum of the sword was different, the effect was the same. Jian Ao, who was far away, reacted quickly. Good timing. Jian Ao turned his body, and the long sword in his hand moved several times faster than before. Boom! The two swords collided, shaking heaven and earth again. However, they didn't stop this time. Jian Ao's long sword swung again. More and more powerful sword edges pierced towards Yan Chuan. Jian Ao was a sword master, and he had a strong heart. Naturally, he wouldn't be affected by Yan Chuan's words. You have your Tao and I have mine. Jian Ao said in a low voice. Boom, boom, boom. Above the starry sky, the two huge sword lights collided again and again. Countless small stars were shattered on the spot. Yan Chuan's trip to the world to comprehend heaven and earth had opened a door for him. However, he still needed to continue perfecting it. With Kong Huangtian's willpower, although his sword Tao wasn't as good as Jian Ao's, his fighting spirit was extremely strong. Yan Chuan's Grand Emperor sword also clashed with Jian Ao again and again. Rumble! The battle between the two unparalleled strong practitioners gradually deviated from the sky above Xianying and headed south. Their swords were as fast as light. Ordinary people couldn't see how the sword lights were swung. Xianying Palace. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the officials. Although Yan Chuan did not manage to defeat Jian Ao, at the very least, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Shadi had also arrived at the Skyward Palace. Shadi, what do you think of my father's battle? Xingwang looked at Shadi. Yan Chuan has been away for 10 years. I'm surprised by how deep his comprehension is. Shadi said in a low voice. Does that mean my father will win? Xingwang asked expectantly. Shadi shook his head and said, I don't know. But Jian Ao's sword principle is too powerful, and Yan Chuan seems to have mastered something mysterious. I can't figure them out. Shadi shook his head. But my imperial father still has the Blood Sea divine ability and the Great Emperor Altar. The Nether King said solemnly. Blood Sea? Heh, it's just the Blood Sea that ancestor Mingi inherited. It was indeed useful in the past. However, as Yan Chuan's cultivation increased, the Blood Sea's effect was minimal. Yan Chuan's cultivation is at the 16th sky, so the Blood Sea's effect is minimal. As for the Emperor's altar? The Slayer frowned. What's wrong with the Great Emperor altar? The Nether King asked curiously. You must have heard about the origin of the monarch's altar. I think Yan Chuan would not use it unless he had no other choice. The Shadi said in a low voice. But relying too much on the monarch's altar will make it harder for him to resist fate. Yan Chuan does not want fate to take over his body. The Shadi explained. Everyone nodded. They looked at the starry sky and were still worried. Rumble. The battle between Yan Chuan and Jian Ao gradually released billions of sword radiances. They were like two suns, clashing repeatedly in the starry sky. The heavens and the earth shook. The power was immense. Jian Ao's sword moved faster and faster. He waved his exquisite swordsmanship. Suddenly, countless sword shadows surrounded Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was not in a hurry. He shifted his body slightly and dodged Jian Ao's sword radiance. Then he counterattacked. In an instant, Yan Chuan and Jian Ao seemed to have turned into two long swords. Jian Ao was comprehending his swordsmanship in the battle. Meanwhile, Yan Chuan was also comprehending the Tao that he had just comprehended. Rumble. 3 days later, the two of them fought in the South Outer Continent. They had crossed a continent. The battle that spanned across many territories left countless experts in the world dumbfounded for a moment. However, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Gradually, the battle reached the Zhongtian continent. Then, it reached the sky above the West Outer Continent. Rumble! The two sword radiant suns clashed. Wu Jiong stood at the entrance of Taiji Palace. His face was gloomy. However, he did not dare to interfere. This was because the battle between Yan Chuan and Jian Ao was too powerful. Everywhere they passed, the swords of all the sword cultivators in the territories below vibrated. Whatever sword technique Jian Ao knew, Yan Chuan could immediately use it. Perhaps Yan Chuan's method was different. However, the effect was the same. A few days later, the two of them fought in the North Outer Continent, leaving behind a state of panic. In the North Outer Continent, Zhong Shan led the officials to watch the battle in the starry sky. Sector Lord, it has been 10 days. It seems like the outcome of the battle between Yan Chuan and Jian Ao has not been decided yet? One of the officials asked curiously. No, they are both improving rapidly. Today's Jian Ao is several times stronger than 10 days ago. Zhong Shan said with certainty. Ah! That official exclaimed in shock. Jian Ao is someone who gets stronger the more he fights. His sword Dao can keep getting stronger. His battles are usually very fast. However, why is it taking so long this time? It is because Jian Ao has gotten stronger. Yan Chuan has also gotten stronger. Zhong Shan said. Yan Chuan has gotten stronger as well? I don't know what Yan Chuan has experienced in the past 10 years. He seems to have comprehended something profound. However, this profound thing is just the beginning. It is like he suddenly found a great Tao. When he stepped onto this great Tao, as long as someone accompanied him, he could walk further and further. Now, Yan Chuan is like that. He is getting stronger. Zhong Shan said with certainty. The battle between Yan Chuan and Jian Ao became increasingly ferocious. Gradually, the battle reached the northeast continent. Every sword light from the two of them could tear apart heaven and earth. It was as if they were tearing through the void and countless demons appeared. Lotus God stood behind Dongfang Bubi. Her eyes flashed with shock. Yan Chuan. How did he grow so terrifyingly? Now, if we fight again, I might not be his match with just one sword. Lotus God said with an ugly expression. Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes. In the past 10 years, Yan Chuan seems to have seen the secret of heaven and earth. The secret of heaven and earth. Lotus God exclaimed in shock. This is something that can only be seen at the 18th level of heaven. By seeing through the truth of heaven and earth, one can reach the 18th level of heaven. Yan Chuan has already touched it. Perhaps it won't be long before another expert at the 18th level of heaven appears in this world. Dongfang Bubi sighed. The 18th level of heaven? Him. Lotus God exclaimed in shock. He has just entered the door. There is still a bit to go. However, he has already found that path. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Lotus God stared at the starry sky and sighed. Yan Chuan and Jian Ao fought high up in the sky. After a while, they returned to the sky above the outer eastern continent. Yan Chuan had forgotten everything. Fight, fight, fight. The more they fought, the more Yan Chuan comprehended. Life was death, death was life. Everything returned to one. The Tao of Tai Chi gave birth to everything in the world. Jian Ao had also improved tremendously. The sword Tao around him became sharper and more powerful. Although they were evenly matched, Jian Ao realized that he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. He had reached his limit. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion around Jian Ao's body. Under the explosion, a ferocious sword intent erupted. The sword chi around him exploded and shattered countless small stars in the surroundings. Buzz! The battle came to a halt. The 17th level of heaven? Jian Ao has broken through? Shadi's eyelids twitched. Yan Chuan stood in the void and waited for Jian Ao to break through. Jian Ao was surrounded by sword essence. Boom! An even fiercer sword essence burst out from Jian Ao's body and shot out in all directions. The star fragments were crushed into powder by the sword essence. Yen Di, continue. Jian Ao waved his sword. Screech. Another beam of sword light shot straight at him. Boom. Yen Chuan used all his strength to clash with Jian Ao. Suddenly, the huge impact forced Yen Chuan to retreat. Below, the officials of Xianyang were shocked. Jian Ao, who was at the 17th level of heaven, had gained the upper hand? Yen Chuan was not bothered. Although he was forced to retreat, he charged forward again. Boom. 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 The two of them clashed with their swords. However, Yen Chuan was forced to retreat again and again. You have not reached your limit? Jian Ao said in surprise as he fought. That was because Yen Chuan was still improving himself as he fought. Again and again, Yen Chuan was in less of a sorry state. Instead, he gradually gained the upper hand. Jian Ao waved his sword again and again, but the effect was getting lesser and lesser. Below, Sha Di looked at the sky in shock. Yen Chuan is still improving. How is this possible? Ancestor, what's the situation with the great emperor now? Jin Diyu was confused. Yen Chuan's strength has caught up with mine. No, he has surpassed me. But why is he still at the 16th level of heaven? Sha Di frowned. As Yen Chuan improved again and again, Jian Ao's face turned pale. He was at the 17th level of heaven while Yen Chuan was at the 16th level of heaven. Wouldn't Yen Chuan be stronger when they were at the same level? Boom, boom. The collision of their swords became more and more intense. Another 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Yen Chuan was completely immersed in the comprehension. He did not know what he was doing. He only knew that he would understand the Tao of heaven better as time went on. Boom. Their swords collided once more. This time, the two swords were actually evenly matched. Jian Ao's face darkened. Yen Chuan, this is my strongest move. Be careful, it's best to dodge it. Jian Ao said in a low voice. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand slowly pierced out. As it pierced out, heaven and earth suddenly darkened. All the light in the world of the living was seized by Jian Ao and rushed into the sword. As the sword pierced out, almost all the long swords in the 9 continents vibrated. The 9 continents were filled with Jian Ao's sword intent. Countless sword cultivators felt their sword Tao improve under this sword intent. They looked at Jian Ao with admiration. Yen Chuan continued to clash with his sword. Boom. Jian Ao's sword was unstoppable. It was as if it was going to pierce a hole in heaven and earth. With one sword, the world changed color. Sha Di of Xianyang's face changed. So powerful! Dongfang Bubi's face darkened. This sword has the power of the 18th level of heaven? It was so powerful that even Yen Chuan could not resist it. Boom! Yen Chuan and the Grand Emperor's sword suddenly exploded. Father! Exclamations came from below. Yen Chuan exploded. However, the explosion this time was extremely strange. It was as if Yen Chuan had turned into a man made of water and instantly exploded into countless water droplets that scattered everywhere. Phew, phew, phew. Jian Ao took a few deep breaths with difficulty. Yen Chuan was destroyed? However, in the next moment, the water molecules that had burst out suddenly gathered together once again. Boom! Countless water molecules exploded and gathered again, forming Yen Chuan's figure again. Yen Chuan's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became more vigorous. Boom! With a loud sound, waves of aura that was several times stronger than before were emitted. Once the powerful aura appeared, the void that was split open became even bigger. Around Yen Chuan, 17 colored light shone on the earth. The 17th level of heaven? Sha Di looked at the sky in shock. How is that possible? Didn't Yen Chuan explode? Why is he fine? And he's even stronger? And he broke through the 17th level of heaven? Lotus God was shocked. In the North Outer Continent, Zhongshan let out a long sigh and revealed a gratified smile. Yen Chuan stood in the void, feeling his improvement. On the other side, Jian Ao smiled bitterly. You win. The outcome is not decided yet. Yan Chuan shook his head. Jian Ao shook his head and said, "No, that was my strongest move. Not only did it not hurt you, but you've also become stronger. There's no need to continue fighting." Chapter 1556. You've won. It's not over yet. Yan Chuan shook his head. "No, that was my most powerful move. Not only did it not hurt you, but you've also become stronger. There's no need for us to continue fighting." Jian Ao shook his head and said, "That move was indeed powerful. It should have the power of the 18 heavens. Even in my previous state, I would have been crushed by it." Yan Chuan said solemnly, "Crushed by it? Heh, aren't you as good as before? You've even advanced to the next level?" Jian Ao said with a wry smile. Yan Chuan shook his head and said solemnly, "That's because I've seen through life and death. What's more important is what I've comprehended over the past 10 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand that move. A win is a win. A loss is a loss. I'm not a sore loser," Jian Ao said firmly. "I'm one step ahead of you in terms of the heavenly Tao. However, I believe that you'll be able to cross the threshold one day." Yan Chuan nodded. He could be considered to have accepted this victory. "I lost to you in terms of the heavenly Tao, not the sword principle. Yan Chuan, thank you for your guidance. I'll come again in the future," Jian Ao said solemnly. "I'll be waiting." Yan Chuan smiled. "Goodbye." Jian Ao nodded. Boom. Jian Ao shot toward the outer north continent to comprehend what he had learned from the battle. In Xianyang City. "How is it? The great emperor has won." "The great emperor has won? That's great. I knew that the great emperor would win. Long live the great emperor." Below, countless people cheered. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, the officials were also cheering. Shadi watched as Jian Ao left. "Ancestor, did Jian Ao's previous move really reach the power of the 18 heavens?" Jin Dayu looked at Shadi curiously. "Of course. I've seen the great emperor's move in the past. That was the power of the 18 heavens. Jian Ao is so powerful. No one can compare to him in terms of the sword principle at the 17th heavens," Shadi exclaimed. "No one can compare." "That's right. The 17th heavenly layer transcends life and death. As long as the foundation of ascension is not destroyed, one will be immortal. Kong Huangtian's ascension requires the Kong clan to be indestructible. My ascension requires your descendants to be indestructible. As for Jian Ao's ascension, as long as his sword Dao is indestructible, he can be reborn." Shadi sighed. "However, the great emperor is still stronger than him." Jin Dayu sighed. "Yan Chuan? Although we are both at the 17th heavenly layer, I can't see through him. What has he experienced in the past 10 years?" Shadi was very curious. Yan Chuan descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. "Congratulations, father." "Congratulations, great emperor." Outside the Skyward Hall, there was jubilation. At this moment, the expressions of all the ambitious and ruthless people in the world changed. Wu Jiong stared to the east and clenched his fists. There was jealousy in his eyes, but gradually, the jealousy dissipated and turned into a sigh. Wu Jiong sighed softly. When he was close to Yan Chuan in terms of strength, he had been chasing after him. However, the gap between them was too big now, and he had come to terms with it. Wu Jiong had the will of Tong Tian and was at the 16th heavenly layer. Even with the power of a country and the great emperor's altar, he was only slightly stronger than Tong Tian in terms of strength. However, Jian Ao, who was at the 15th heavenly layer, could defeat Tong Tian. Now, Jian Ao, who was at the 17th heavenly layer, was defeated by Yan Chuan. The gap between him and Yan Chuan was like heaven and earth. More importantly, that was only one of Yan Chuan's 3 bodies. Outer North Continent. Zhong Shan laughed loudly. He turned around and led the officials back to the Immortal Palace. Eastern Training Ground. Dongfang Bubi looked solemn, but Lotus God was shocked. "Master, what has Yan Chuan experienced in the past 10 years? How could he become so strong?" Lotus God was puzzled. "Comprehending the way of heaven." Dongfang Bubi said calmly. Way of heaven? Is that useful? Lotus God was puzzled. It's not the way of heaven, it's the way of heaven. Dongfang Bubi shook his head. Yan Chuan's strength had made Dongfang Bubi take him seriously. In Xianyang, there was a jubilant atmosphere. Yan Chuan had returned and won the world. The officials were naturally excited. Many of the officials here watched as Dezhen walked over step by step. Their path could be said to be filled with thorns and thorns. Great Zhen started as a weak mortal country and conquered the world step by step. Then they broke through the sealed world and faced the heroes of the world. Dezhen was on the brink of destruction many times, but he finally survived. The world's strongest experts also appeared, from the fourth epoch to the third epoch, the second epoch, and even the first epoch not long ago. Dezhen had blocked all of them. Now, Yan Chuan had reached the 17th heavenly layer and dominated the world. It was difficult to find a match. The officials cheered and bowed. Greetings, Emperor Yan. At that moment, the messenger sent by Zhong Shan came forward. Oh, Yan? It's been many years. Yan Chuan looked at the man in front of him. Yi Yan, a subordinate of Zhong Shan, was a strategist like Yi Feng of Dezhen. Back in the boundless world, Yan Di's name had already spread far and wide. Now, in the first world, Yan Di is still as impressive as ever. I am here with a request from my realm lord, to thank Yan Di for letting go of the 5 continents of the great evil world, and to give you this fire phoenix, to draw a line between the 2 dynasties. Yi Yan handed over a red ball. The officials looked at Yi Yan quietly. Draw a line between the 2 dynasties? A battle without any burden? I'll accept it. Yan Chuan said. A guard at the side took the supreme fire phoenix. If that's the case, then I have completed my mission. Yi Yan smiled. Go back and tell Zhong Shan that I'll give it my all in the battle. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yi Yan nodded. Yan Di, I will report your words truthfully. However, the Realm Lord also asked me to inform Yan Di that the Realm Lord did not use his full strength when fighting against Great Venerable Cheese Mountain God. Yan Di, be careful. Good. It's been a million years, I want to see how prosperous Zhong Shan is now. Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan and Zhong Shan were rivals since the Great Thousand World. They were rivals and friends at the same time. There was no hatred between them, just pure friends and rivals. I'll take my leave. Yi Yan nodded. Yan Chuan in human form defeated Jian Ao. Zombie Yan Chuan also came out of seclusion and once again took over the Great Thousand World. Emperor. Gui Guzi frowned and looked at zombie Yan Chuan. What's wrong, mister? Yan Chuan asked curiously. I just received news from Dark Gui Guzi. The Mu clan might awaken the Great Force. Dark Gui Guzi said solemnly. Great Force. Great Force, a peerless expert of the First Era. He controlled the Yellow Springs Road and became the fate of the world. He is the ancestor of Feng Shui cultivators. No, he is Feng Shui. All Feng Shui cultivators cultivate him. Gui Guzi said solemnly. Mister, your other body has entered the Mu clan? Yan Chuan asked in surprise. Gui Guzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I only made friends with a few great kindness world leaders. I heard that the Great Force is about to be awakened by the Mu clan. Once awakened, it will be a disaster for my Great Thousand World. Yan Chuan squinted his eyes. Great Force? When the Great Force awakened, fate appeared and forced him to immortalize. Now that the Great Force was about to awaken, wouldn't fate appear as well? How would fate appear? Yan Chuan, Zhong Shan, Wu Jiong. The 3 of them had the Great Monarch altar, but Zhong Shan did not refine it. Only Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong had refined the Great Monarch altar. As such, fate was in the hands of the 2 hosts. And in the current situation, the host of fate was definitely Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's face turned solemn. Could the current him contend against the host of fate? Chapter 1557. Heavenly Demon World. In a huge valley. Fuxi sat on the throne. Beside him stood Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and the other disciples and clansmen. In front of them stood a man in gray. The man in gray had a calm expression, without any emotion, and his golden eyes were extremely cold. If Yen Chuan was here, he would definitely recognize this person as Grave Ghostfire. Not long ago, he used the Great Emperor altar to exchange for a continent in Great Evil World. Thank you, Fushi. Grave Ghostfire said solemnly. Fushi nodded, and Snake Spirit took out a huge roulette. On the roulette, 64 blue brain-like things were spread out. It was the original form of the exchange beast. 64 exchange beasts. Grave Ghostfire's eyes shone with golden light. In just a short while, Grave Ghostfire slowly stretched out his right palm, and a black substance came out from his sleeve. It was antimatter. The antimatter revolved around Grave Ghostfire's palm for a while, and gradually condensed into the shape of a blue brain. Wang! An exchange beast was condensed in Grave Ghostfire's palm. Exchange beast! Snake Spirit exclaimed. In just a short while, Grave Ghostfire could already create an exchange beast? Other than Fushi, everyone was shocked. In the past, Snake Spirit had put in a lot of effort to create an exchange beast, and even promised the entire clan to help Wu Jiong and Yen Chuan. But the person in front of them could create one in just a short while. Of course, although Yen Chuan could do this as well, he would also be shocked if he was here. This was because the silver-eyed Yen Chuan had spent a long time to figure it out. However, the ghostly fire in the golden-eyed grave only took the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Grave Ghostfire reached out and put away the exchange beast he had just created. On the other side, Snake Spirit also quickly put away the huge roulette. Thank you. Grave Ghostfire said solemnly again. Exchange beast? Is your Grave clan really going to revive the Great Force? Fushi asked. Patriarch has already made his decision. I came here to borrow an exchange beast to observe, in order to conceal fate and revive the Great Force. Grave Ghostfire nodded. Seems like the Tomb Immortal King is already close to that step? Fushi spoke in a heavy voice. That's right. Family head, that's what we're here for this time. Fushi, you may observe, but please don't interfere. The Ghostfire said solemnly. Go! Fushi nodded. The Grave Willow, the Wisp nodded and stepped out of the heavenly devil world, heading straight for the western outer continent of the underworld. The west outer continent of the netherworld was a world of great benevolence. In the great benevolence world, in the world of the living, there was a strange territory. The territory seemed to have been divided into two halves. One half was full of vitality, and the chi of heaven and earth was strong. Countless immortal birds and divine beasts were flying around. The other half was covered in withered bones, yin chi, and layers of death chi. At that moment, there were two figures standing outside the territory. They were Dongfang Booby and Lotus God. What a strange territory. Half of it is filled with boundless vitality, while the other half is filled with death. This is? Lotus Goddess exclaimed. This is the undying territory. Invincible East said. Undying Weave? The main altar of the Grave clan. The situation in this territory originated from their patriarch, the Grave Immortal King, also known as the Undying Immortal King. Invincible East said solemnly. Undying Immortal King? Why have I never heard of him? Lotus Goddess exclaimed. Because he erased all information about him from the world back then. Invincible East said solemnly. Then he's from the first epoch? Lotus Goddess exclaimed. No, he's from the second epoch. No one has ever heard of him. He's walking the unorthodox path. Invincible East said solemnly. Unorthodox path? In the eyes of the masses, it's an unorthodox path. However, he managed to carve out a path for himself. Invincible East said solemnly. I don't understand. For example, the cultivation of ordinary cultivators would increase according to their own realm. Once their realm has reached a certain level, and with a certain amount of accumulation, their cultivation would naturally increase, and all aspects would increase as well. However, the Undying Immortal King was different. He first cultivated a certain aspect to the extreme before cultivating the other parts of his body. In the past, when his cultivation was at the 13th firmament, His right hand was already at the 19th firmament. Right hand? What do you mean? His physical body? No, it's his right hand. The physical body of his right hand, the soul of his right hand, and everything of his right hand, Invincible East said. How is that possible? How can there be such a cultivation method? Is that really the 19th firmament? Lotus Goddess exclaimed in shock. It's the 19th firmament. It's just like Jiangchen of the past and Yen Chuan of the present. Their physical bodies reached the 19th firmament, but everything else is still far from it. However, the undying immortal king's right hand reached the 19th firmament. Then he cultivated his arm inch by inch. I wonder how far he's cultivated it now. Invincible East sighed. Lotus Goddess was momentarily at a loss for words. First cultivate the right hand, then slowly cultivate the entire body? How was that possible? Cultivation depended on comprehension. How was one to comprehend with just the right hand? Comprehend with one hand? Comprehend with one hand first? I don't understand. What a strange, unorthodox path. Lotus Goddess exclaimed. Master, how powerful is the grave immortal king now? Lotus Goddess asked again. He should be no weaker than me. Invincible East said solemnly. Invincible East had reached the 18th firmament. The grave immortal king was no weaker than Invincible East? While Lotus Goddess was still in shock, a chuckle came from the undying domain. How, Brother Dongfang, you're too humble. There's no doubt that you're the undisputed number one of the second era. The voice was hoarse and eerie. Brother Grave, we haven't seen each other for several eras. Are you preparing to show yourself again? Invincible East laughed. Time is limited. I have no choice. Brother Dongfang, please. The hoarse voice sounded. A rainbow appeared from the undying domain. Invincible East and Lotus Goddess stepped onto the rainbow and quickly entered the undying domain. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of a palace. Immortal King Palace. Lotus Goddess read aloud. There were a few Grave Clan disciples around the palace, but they didn't pay attention to the two. They had the Grave Immortal King's approval. Naturally, no one came forward to stop them. Invincible East and Lotus Goddess stepped into the palace. The palace was filled with layers of death energy. There was a throne in the north, and a man in a blue robe was sitting on it. No, it wasn't a man, because this person's appearance was extremely terrifying. The right half had the appearance of a handsome man, while the left half was a skeleton. There was no flesh or blood, no eyes, only a ghastly white skeleton with a trace of orchid in its eye sockets. Half human, half bone? Even though Lotus Goddess had seen many demons in the great evil world, she was still terrified when she saw this half-human, half-bone. I'm overseeing the life and death energy, so I can't greet you from afar. Brother Dongfang, please don't blame me. The half-human, half-bone revealed an extremely terrifying smile. It's fine. After several eras, I naturally understand the pain. Being tortured by the life and death energy is not something an ordinary person can endure. Invincible East shook his head. Haha, with my current appearance, how can I be an ordinary person? Grave Immortal King revealed a terrifying smile. Junior Lotus Goddess greets the undying Immortal King. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Lotus Goddess didn't sense any aura from Grave Immortal King, but she couldn't help but be careful. This is your disciple? His talent is pretty good, but unfortunately, he took the wrong path and used the first epic's treasure to transcend. Otherwise, with your guidance, he would definitely have great accomplishments today. Grave Immortal King said with a shake of his head. At this point, Lotus Goddess felt ashamed. Back then, if she hadn't been short-sighted, thinking that the first epic's treasure was the strongest, she would have stolen the great Chi Lotus that her master disdained. Perhaps, today would be a different scene. Back then, her master had high hopes for her, but she stole the great Chi Lotus. In the end, her master was disappointed and did not ask about it. Back then, she felt smug. Now that she thought about it, how laughable. Everyone has their own opportunities. Brother Grave, you should understand why I came here this time, right? Invincible East said solemnly. I know you're curious, but I've already decided to revive the great power body. You won't stop me, right? Grave Immortal King stared at Invincible East. Everyone has their own path. However, I hope that you won't cause any damage to the world. The four realms will soon merge into one, and fate will appear. The common people can't afford any more trouble. Invincible East said seriously. Don't worry. Naturally, I won't harm the common people. I've already prepared everything for the revival of the great power body. Just wait and see. It's fine as long as you don't interfere. Grave Immortal King said seriously. In that case, I'll support you. Invincible East nodded. Underworld, Great Qin City, Upper Study. Zombie Yen Chuan met with Meng Wenruo. Emperor, news from Rongrong. Meng Wenruo handed over a letter. Yen Chuan looked at it for a while, and his face sank. Fateless soul? The nameless golden-eyed soul that Grave Immortal King obtained is actually so strong? After saying that, he handed the letter to Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi carefully read it. Finally, he frowned. Back then, there were 3 fateless souls, 1 gold and 2 silver. Grave Immortal King took the gold one. As for the 2 silver ones, they were the silver-eyed Yen Chuan and the silver-eyed Gue Guzi. However, from the golden-eyed Grave Immortal King's deduction, this golden-eyed Grave Immortal King was too powerful. Emperor, it seems that the news from my other body is true. The Grave Immortal King is really going to revive the great power body. Gue Guzi said seriously. Underworld, North Outer Continent, Chujiang Palace entrance. Nether River Patriarch looked to the west. Revive the great power body? Nether River Patriarch's expression changed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. Master, the Grave Immortal King's actions might disrupt our plans. Ice Goddess frowned. Nether River Patriarch thought for a while, and finally shook his head. Not necessarily. Revive the great power body? That's good too. Let's bring forward our plans. Inform the 10 palaces and prepare to activate the 10 palaces' great formation. Ice Goddess replied. Nether River Patriarch continued to look to the west, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He was looking forward to the great power body's revival. Chapter 1558. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. It was located at the border between West Outer Continent and Inner South Continent. All the peerless experts of Great Benevolence World had gathered there. Because all the peerless experts had received an order from the Mu clan. Perhaps the Mu clan rarely appeared in Great Benevolence World, but almost all the experts knew that the Mu clan was the strongest in Great Benevolence World. Don't ask why, because several of the strongest in Great Benevolence World had challenged the Mu clan, and they all died. Above the sea, there were 2 huge thrones. On one of the thrones sat Dongfang Bubi, and on the other was a half-human, half-horse man. Mu Immortal King. Mu Immortal King was flanked by Mu Ghostfire and Mu Gonggu. Behind them was a group of Mu clan disciples. They were all standing respectfully behind Mu Immortal King. Lotus Goddess stood behind Dongfang Bubi, and around them were the heroes of Great Benevolence World. At this moment, all the heroes of Great Benevolence World saw Lotus Goddess. Although there were rumors in the mortal realm, they were still shocked to see her with their own eyes. Lotus Goddess, who used to be the strongest in the 4 realms, was actually standing respectfully behind Dongfang Bubi. This sea is the place where the great power ascended, the Feng Shui Sea? Dongfang Bubi looked at the vast sea in front of him. Don't worry, since I'm prepared, I won't make a mistake. Mu Immortal King nodded. In that case, I'll be watching a good show. Dongfang Bubi smiled. Mu Immortal King nodded. Boom! A figure emerged from the sea below. It was King Tong's Mu Ghostfire. Patriarch, the array has been set up to conceal the fate. Now, it's time to awaken the great power. King Tong's Mu Ghostfire shouted. Let's begin. Mu Immortal King said. Yes. The Mu clan disciples by the side replied. Very carefully, they took out a small box. In the small box, there was a golden liquid. Boom! The golden liquid was quickly poured into the sea. Boom! In an instant, the entire sea was dyed golden. Walala! Suddenly, Huge chains appeared above the Golden Sea. They were faintly discernible and locked the entire sea. "Open it," Mu Immortal King said. "Yes." Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Mu clan disciples quickly summoned reincarnation passages and rushed into the sea. Rumble! Hundreds of Mu clan disciples quickly charged towards the chains on the sea. Gradually, a golden lock appeared on the chain. The undying Immortal King stared at the golden lock and pointed at it. Swish! A 19-colored ray of light emerged from his right index finger and shot toward the golden lock. Boom! The golden lock shattered with a loud bang. Crash! As soon as the golden lock shattered, the countless chains on the surface of the sea also retreated in defeat. Just like when the Great Chi Supremacy was born, the Great Chi Supremacy was sealed in a giant egg, while the Great Force Supremacy was in the sea. The seal of fate had been broken by Tomb Immortal King. At this moment, peerless experts from all over the world were watching. The Fuxi of the heavenly demon world. Zhong Mountain, North Outer Continent. The Styx of the Ten Halls. Great Qin City's zombie Yanchuan. Each of the peerless heroes stared at him with serious gazes. Shadi was standing beside Yanchuan. 19 colors? How is that possible? That person is the head of the Mu clan? Shadi frowned. According to the information my other body received, this person is called Tomb Immortal King. Gigu Zi explained in a deep voice. But that attack just now was too powerful. You should know that in order to open the seal of the Great Chi Supremacy, we used 2 Yellow Springs paths and the power that we 7 brothers had stored for several eras. But Tomb Immortal King broke the seal of fate with a single attack? Shadi said in surprise. You've never heard of Tomb Immortal King? Yanchuan looked at Shadi. Shaking his head, Shadi said with a gloomy face, I've never heard of him. Since he's familiar with Invincible East, he must have appeared in the Second Era. But I've never heard of him. It can only mean that this person is too strong, so strong that he can erase the memories of all living beings. Except for a few peerless experts at his level, no one else can escape. Yanchuan's eyes narrowed. Great Emperor, Tomb Immortal King must have a plan to revive the Great Force Supremacy. But what is he planning? Gigu Zi said solemnly. Don't tell me the Tomb Immortal clan was created by the Great Force Supremacy, just like my divine realm? Shadi said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at the sea of Feng Shui solemnly. Rumble. Countless chains surged like giant dragons roaring in the sea of Feng Shui. They quickly scattered in all directions and disappeared. With the seal broken, the sea of Feng Shui suddenly rolled up huge waves. The Great Force Supremacy is about to wake up, Shadi said solemnly. In the distance, Tomb Immortal King stood up instantly, stretched out his right hand, and struck at the sea of Feng Shui. Boom! A huge vortex appeared in the sea of Feng Shui. Tomb Immortal King shouted. A 19-colored energy palm formed by his right hand stirred rapidly inside the sea of Feng Shui, creating a vortex that grew bigger and bigger. Rumble. The sea of Feng Shui was under the control of the 19-colored energy palm. The sea of Feng Shui glowed brightly as if it was completely under Tomb Immortal King's control. All the powerhouses in the world were puzzled. Rumble. Suddenly, the netherworld began to tremble. Roar! Roar! The dragon veins in the world suddenly awakened. Dragon roars rang out from underground, and countless strands of fortune surged toward the sea of Feng Shui. It was not just the netherworld, the Yang realm, and even the 4 realms. The earth churned as fortune was about to be drained. In the Great Jin realm. Above the sea of clouds, the golden dragon of fortune roared. Just like the golden dragon of fortune in the past, it seemed to want to leave the Great Qin City and rush toward the sea of Feng Shui. Suppress! Yanchuan shouted. Roar! Above the sea of clouds, the golden dragon of fortune, the golden dragon of merit, and the golden dragon of fortune quickly trapped it. Sir, you will control the Great Jin primogenitor dragon veins to suppress the Great Jin realm's fortune. Don't let it leak. Yanchuan ordered. Understood. Gigu Zi quickly headed to the Yang realm. The giant dragon head where Xianyang sat suddenly roared. Following that, a suppressive force suppressed the fortune in all directions, trapping the restless fortune in the world. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, in the sea of feng shui, the grave immortal king continued to stir the sea of feng shui. At the same time, 19 colored energies surged into his right hand. Countless strands of fortune came from all directions, forming surging Shenhuang qi. Rumble! The sea of feng shui suddenly shrank, then gradually condensed into a single entity. The sea of water gradually condensed into a golden humanoid figure. It was a man whose entire body was golden. The Great Jin realm? The eyes of countless experts in the world suddenly narrowed. Surging fortune gathered toward the Great Jin realm. The grave immortal king's expression was grave. The 19-colored light in his right hand continued to pour power into the Great Jin realm's humanoid figure. Just like the Great Jin realm in the past, this was the Great Jin realm's consciousness. Boom! The Great Jin realm's consciousness instantly exploded with surging yellow light in the netherworld. Roar! The Great Jin realm let out a dragon's roar. With this roar, the hearts of countless experts in the world trembled. The surging aura seemed to be able to suppress everyone's minds even from an infinite distance. In the nearby territories, countless commoners knelt down as if they had been suppressed by this immense pressure. The hearts of the great benevolence world's heroes also turned cold. Just the Great Jin realm's consciousness emitted an aura that was too powerful. The 18-colored light soared into the sky. The Great Jin realm appeared, summoning the endless fortune of the world. For a moment, almost all the feng shui masters in the world seemed to have been inspired, as if their supreme king had been born. Countless feng shui masters quickly knelt down in the direction of the Great Jin realm. This was the Great Jin realm, the peerless expert of the First Era. Yan Chuan, Zhongshan, Mingyi, Fuxi, and other peerless experts all stared into the distance. They looked at the Great Jin realm who was about to dominate the world. Just as they were thinking about the relationship between the Great Jin realm and the Grave clan, they saw the Great Jin realm's consciousness tremble in the distance. Buzz! The Great Jin realm's consciousness trembled as if in pain, as if trying to break free from the 19-colored energy of the grave immortal king. However, the Great Jin realm's consciousness could not break free. Roar! The Great Jin realm's consciousness roared in pain, and as it roared, all the dragon veins in the world rose with the Jiaohu. Roar! 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 The grave immortal king, who had unleashed the 19-colored light, broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, half of the skeleton seemed to expand its range. Submit! The grave immortal king suddenly roared. The 19-colored light on his right hand instantly doubled in size. Boom! The Great Jin realm's consciousness struggled fiercely again, but suddenly stopped moving. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but the Great Jin realm's next move made everyone unable to calm down. They saw the Great Jin realm's consciousness suddenly bow respectfully to the grave immortal king. The bow? Who was it? The Great Jin realm bowed to the grave immortal king? Almost everyone's eyes widened. Grave Ghostfire! The Great Jin realm shouted. Yes! The grave Ghostfire immediately flew closer. Seize his fate. From now on, you're the new Great Jin realm. I'll help you refine him. The grave immortal king shouted. Yes, the grave Ghostfire replied. The grave Ghostfire rushed toward the Great Jin realm's consciousness. Buzz! The two instantly merged, and endless golden light gushed out of the grave Ghostfire's body. The light soared into the sky, and the entire underworld was golden. The grave immortal king scattered a large amount of 19-colored energy, which went straight into the grave Ghostfire's body. Roar! Endless luck in the world gathered toward the grave Ghostfire. At this moment, the experts in the world were almost stunned. The Great Jin realm has been refined? That's an expert from the First Era, a Great Jin realm expert of the 18th heaven. Yet, he has been refined by the grave immortal king? Am I seeing things? Countless people were shocked. At the entrance of the central hall, Shadi also widened his eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The Great Jin realm expert? The grave immortal king refined the great Shin realm expert? What is he going to do? Sha Di said in surprise. Chapter 1559. Roar. Grave Willow, the wisp's body fused with the consciousness of the grand power supremacy, forming a new grand power supremacy that roared. Boom! The seas of the underworld instantly boiled, and endless luck surged toward the new grand power supremacy. Boom! The tremendous impact caused even the tomb immortal king to be sent flying back. He instantly returned to his throne. Phew! Grave immortal king let out a long breath, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Aside from Dongfang Bubi, everyone looked at grave immortal king with shock. That was a grand power supremacy, and now he was refined by grave immortal king? How is it? Dongfang Bubi looked at grave immortal king. Maybe I can succeed. No, I must succeed. Grave immortal king's eyes flashed with determination. Then I'll wait and see. Dongfang Bubi said with a smile. Grave immortal king nodded and looked at the new grand power supremacy. Surging luck surged toward the new grand power supremacy. Greetings, family head. The new grand power supremacy said respectfully. Will the wisp, you've already controlled the grand power supremacy's god? Grave immortal king asked in a deep voice. Yes. The new grand power supremacy nodded. Good, from now on, you're the new grand power supremacy. Help me when the time comes. Grave immortal king said solemnly. The wisp is honored. The new grand power supremacy said. First, bring the grand power supremacy's power to the peak and absorb all the luck of the four realms. It's already yours. Now take it all back. Grave immortal king said. Yes. Go, I'll watch from here. Grave immortal king's eyes flashed with a bright light. The grand power supremacy took a step forward. Grave the wisp, who was refined by the fateless soul, stood beside him. For realm's luck, return. The grand power supremacy roared. Boom. Once again, endless black and yellow luck rushed over and quickly entered the grand power supremacy's body. Rumble. The four realms shook, and the great benevolence world's luck naturally returned the fastest. In the great Qin city, zombie Yen Chuan and Sha Di's expressions changed. The new grand power supremacy wants to take back all the luck of the world? Sha Di's expression sank. All. Yen Di, you have to be careful. Although the grand force supremacy is under his control, it's easy for him to summon fortune. No one can touch fortune except for feng shui masters. If he wants to plunder it, you won't be able to hold it for long. Sha Di said in a deep voice. Luck's luck? Yen Di, you should know that fate, fortune, fortune path, and merit are the four kinds of energy that are gathered into fate, which is what you have when you cultivate your life. Without fortune, you will lose fate, and your country will no longer be a country. Yen Wisp. Immortal said immortal. Imp. Immortal, ps. Imp immortal supremacy. S. Immortal. No one can take away Dezhen's things. If Tomb Immortal King attacks, Sha Di, you and I will stop him. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. I don't think so, but I'll try my best to help you. However, we've already done our best to stop Grave Immortal King. What about Great Force? Sha Di shook his head. Gue Guzi, block it? Yen Chuan said solemnly. Can he do it? Sha Di didn't believe it. He is my martial uncle. Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with conviction. In the outer North Continent, Zhong Shan had entered the netherworld to observe. Seeing the drastic changes, his face sank. Who? Zhong Shan quickly entered the mortal realm. Suppress! Zhong Shan shouted. With a bang, he guarded the fate of the Great Thousand Worlds. And in the Yang realm, in the Great Zhou realm. When Wu Jiong saw the change in the golden dragon in the sky, he instantly understood what had happened. Just like the Great Qi Supreme of the past, a Great Force Supreme had been born. Suppress! Wu Jiong shouted. Wu Jiong mobilized the nation's power to quickly suppress the nation's luck and prevent it from leaking out. The great evil world no longer existed. Now, only the great celestial realm remained. Roar! At the mouth of Xianyang, the primitive dragon vein let out a heaven-shaking roar. As the primitive dragon vein roared, the entire Xianyang was shaking. People of Great Shen, listen up. Raise your right hand and lend me your power. Yan Chuan shouted. The people of the world instantly heard his shout. In an instant, countless people quickly raised their right hand, and surging power gathered toward Xianyang. Endless power gathered into the golden dragon of providence. At this moment, the sea of providence churned. Yan Chuan looked at Gui Guzi in front of him. Sir, this time, I'm entrusting the nation's power to you. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Gui Guzi's expression changed. No, Your Majesty. The nation's treasure can only be used by the emperor. No one can. Behind him, the expressions of the Great Shen officials also changed. Mobilizing the nation's power and entrusting it to Gui Guzi? This was the power of the nation. It carried the nation's luck and the expectations of the people. This should only be enjoyed by Yan Chuan alone. It was just like the dragon throne. In Great Shen, only Yan Chuan could sit on it. This was the foundation of the nation, and no one could shake it. But now, Yan Chuan was giving this opportunity to Gui Guzi? This was equivalent to sitting on the dragon throne on the same level as Gui Guzi? Your Majesty, you can't. Your Majesty, you can't abandon the national etiquette. Your Majesty, you can't. The officials were in Jiaohu. Your Majesty, you can't. Gui Guzi immediately denied. If I say it's possible, then it's possible. Sir, do you remember why I established the nation? Yan Chuan asked. Establishing the nation? Yan Chuan's first life was Bai Yi. Back then, he left the Bai clan and established the Great Qin nation. It was not to dominate, but to give hope to the people. He carried the coffin and established the nation. He would bury himself if he did not bury the people. Back then, he knew very little, and he only wanted to protect the people of the Great Thousand Realms. But now, he discovered that the 4 realms were one, and this responsibility was even greater. Many officials had already forgotten Bai Yi's original intention. They enjoyed the prosperity of Great Zhen and the supreme position, but they forgot the original purpose of establishing the nation. However, Yan Chuan had never forgotten that establishing the nation was not to oppress the people or to enjoy the pleasure of being high above. It was to turn the hope in his heart into reality. It was to lead the people to become dragons. Your Majesty? Gui Guzi suddenly did not know what to say. Your Majesty of the celestial nation? My wish is not to be your Majesty, but for the people of Great Shen to become emperors and dragons, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. But, Gui Guzi said in shock. Fate is about to awaken, and the heroes of the world will use their means. The winner will live, and the loser will die. I have my own means, but I don't want to entrust the lives of the people who follow me to others. Great Shen's hope is up to us to fight for it. Therefore, we cannot lose our fortune. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The officials behind him did not know how to persuade him. Teacher, your feng shui skills are invincible in Great Shen. When the great power is revived, unless you can suppress him, there is no way to stop him from stealing our fortune. However, you can. This time, we entrust Great Shen's fortune to you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Roar! Above the sea of clouds, the golden dragon of luck, the golden dragon of luck, and the golden dragon of merit, which had absorbed the power of an entire nation's people, rushed towards Gui Guzi with the golden dragon of luck. Rumble! Power surged into Gui Guzi's body. Teacher, you and I have the same fate. That's why you can bear Great Shen's power. After this battle, there may be countless people who try to interfere, but I will suppress all of them for you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Teacher, do you still remember the hope of establishing the nation? As long as the common people were not destroyed, the common people would not die. Do you still remember Bai Huang's wish? For me, for grandfather, and for Great Shen, do your best. Gui Guzi took a deep breath and said solemnly, Yes, teacher. The power of the nation was at Gui Guzi's disposal. At this moment, Gui Guzi could control the primordial dragon vein more easily. Roar! The primordial dragon vein roared. It slowly sank into the ground. Boom! Xianyang shook and landed on flat ground. At the same time, outside the great Qin city in the netherworld. Roar! With a deafening dragon roar, the primordial dragon vein emerged from the ground. People of Great Qin, raise your right hand and borrow my power. Yan Chuan also shouted. Rumble! As Yan Chuan waved his hand, the surging power rushed towards Gui Guzi. The power of the two realms of Yin and Yang gathered on Gui Guzi. Roar! The primordial dragon vein roared and instantly locked all of Great Qin's fortune, forming a huge force field that surrounded the primordial dragon vein. In the distance, the two tombs also absorbed a lot of fortune, but there was still a lot of fortune locked in the various factions. Go, take back your fortune. Grave Immortal King shouted. Yes. The tombs answered. There were still 4 places of fortune in the world, which were in the hands of Yan Chuan, Zhong Shan, Mingyi, and Wu Jiong. The first to bear the brunt was Great Zhen. As if sensing something, Gui Guzi, who was on the primordial dragon vein in the east, was ready to protect his fortune. The great force supremacy stomped his foot. Rumble! Countless strands of luck quickly condensed into a primordial dragon vein, which charged into the great perfection realm. The great force supremacy and golden eyes stepped on the dragon's head and rushed toward Gui Guzi. Gui Guzi stepped on the head of Great Jin's primordial dragon vein, which locked all of Great Jin's fortune and rushed toward the great force supremacy. Roar! Roar! The 2 dragons roared, neither of them giving way. In the distance, Grave Immortal King's face darkened. Great Qin Yan Chuan? Grave Immortal King said in a deep voice. Invincible East smiled and said, Grave Immortal King, I'll help you, but this is as far as I can go. I won't interfere in your conflict with Great Qin. Fate is about to awaken. We'll rely on our own means. You have your ideas and we have ours. Let's show them what we can do. Invincible East said. It's fine. No one can compare to the great force supremacy in fortune. It's his to begin with, so who can take it away? Grave Immortal King said confidently. In the distance, the great force supremacy and Gui Guzi quickly gathered at the center of the inner South continent. Boom! The 2 dragons stopped and immediately swept up the surrounding seawater. The dragons were huge, each spanning a territory. Gui Guzi, we meet again. The great force supremacy suddenly smiled. The new great force supremacy was Grave Ghostfire. He had been very familiar with Gui Guzi since the Sealed Realm. Back then, the Feng Shui Southern Sect and the Northern Sect had been divided. Grave Ghostfire was the sect master of the Northern Sect, while Gui Guzi was the sect master of the Southern Sect. The 2 Feng Shui masters had fought before. However, they had used Gui Guzi's inheritance. Later, they came to this world and together with Yan Chuan, the 3 of them had obtained the Fateless Soul. At this moment, they were fighting again. The world watched as the 2 dragons fought. Chapter 1560. The Great Force Sovereign and Gigu Zi looked extremely tiny as they stood on top of the 2 primitive dragon veins. The surging luck was the source of their power. Gui Guzi using my power against me? Aren't you being too whimsical? The Great Force Supremacy said coldly. Grave Will the Wisp, we shouldn't be at each other's throats, but we have to do this for our respective masters. I know you've obtained the consciousness of a great power, and you've become the new great power. The fate of the world is under your command, but the fate of the world has changed after so many eras. This is the fate of the Great Qin Empire that we risked the destruction of our empire several times to obtain. We will not let you succeed. Gui Guzi said solemnly. Oh, change? The Great Force Supremacy asked in a deep voice. Great fortune, heed my command. Give birth to the world and cover the world with mist. Gigu Zi shouted. Roar! The primitive dragon vein beneath Gigu Zi's feet suddenly roared, and the great fortune in all directions surged rapidly, forming a vast amount of golden mist that shrouded the entire area and quickly enveloped the surrounding territories. Derivative world? Shadi raised his eyebrows in the distance. Mister, you haven't used the derivative world for a long time. Yen Xuan said in a deep voice. On the other side, the tomb Immortal King also revealed a cold smile. Derivative world? Great Zhen is using feng shui to fight a great force supremacy. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Invincible East watched quietly. In the vast ocean of Qi, I am the great Qi Lord. A light shout came from the derivative world. Rumble! All of a sudden, countless streams of righteous energy appeared in the derivative world, filling the dragon head where Gui Guzi was. At the same time, a pure and holy white lotus appeared beneath Gui Guzi's feet. Guzi was standing on a white lotus. His whole body was white as snow, and he was surrounded by 3 peerless masters, the mountain god, the vine god, and the King Kong. Derived Qi supremacy? The great force supremacy's face darkened. Derivation world. Using the power of luck to simulate a peerless dojo, one would become the master of the dojo. Heavenly river infusion. Gui Guzi shouted. The vast righteousness surged like a great river, rushing straight to the great force supremes. Boundless power of providence swept out from the left and right. Boom! The great power supremacy and Gui Guzi began their battle. The luck in the surroundings surged. At the entrance of the central palace, the Slayer's expression changed. So that's how it is. Yen Emperor, you want to borrow the Great Lord's item from me so that Gui Guzi can use the derivative world? A nation's fate for him to use. I hope it works. Yen Xuan said in a low voice. Perhaps. Derivative world. This is a method that feng shui masters later developed to use luck. The great force itself is not good at it. However, the wisp knows. I wonder what will happen. The Slayer nodded. Rumble. In the Sea of Fortune, a great battle began. However, both of them understood the destructive power of their own power. Hence, they did not fight outside the boundary of the derivative world. At the entrance of the 10 halls, Nether River Patriarch stared at the derivative world and chuckled. Derivative world? This Gui Guzi's derivative world is truly extraordinary. No matter how strong he is, he can't compare to the Lord. The Lord's 10 palaces have already materialized. Gui Guzi's derivative realm is just a temporary illusion. The Ice God said with a smile. What a pity. The grave Immortal King is also a great strategist. Unfortunately, he made the wrong choice and clashed with me. Otherwise, I would really like to see him succeed. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. The Lord knows about the grave Immortal King's purpose? What does he want to do by resurrecting the great force? The Ice God was puzzled. He wants to wait until the great force reaches the pinnacle. Then, he will extract all of the great force's power and infuse it into himself to push his cultivation to the 19th heaven. The Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. 19th heaven? How is that possible? The Ice God was surprised. Nothing is impossible. Half of the grave Immortal King's body is already at the 19th heaven. The other half of his body has been drained of all flesh and blood. He only needs to assimilate the other half of his body to the 19th heaven. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. 19th heaven? The Lord's fate is the 19th heaven, isn't it? If the grave Immortal King reaches the 19th heaven, wouldn't he? The Ice God's eyes lit up. If the grave Immortal King can reach the 19th heaven, he will be able to fight against fate. That's a good idea. But will he succeed? I won't put my hope in the hands of the grave Immortal King. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. But? No buts. If he really has that ability, he will be able to defeat all the elites in the world. Even if I try to stop him, it won't be a problem. But if he can't even get past me, how can he reach the 19th heaven? Why should I put my hope in him? The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. The Ice God nodded immediately. Yes, if he could dominate the world and be invincible, others would naturally put their hope in him. But if he couldn't even fight against the world's heroes, why should everyone believe in him? Believing in him would be self-destructive. Rumble. The battle in the derivative world was fierce. The silver-eyed Gui Guzi walked out of the central palace. Great Emperor, there's a problem in the derivative world. The golden-eyed grave immortal king's willow, the wisp can see through illusions. My true body is being restrained. The silver-eyed Giguzi frowned. See through illusions? Yan Xuan's face darkened. In the derivative world, everything was illusory. Because others couldn't see through it, they could use the illusory to create elites. But if the golden-eyed grave immortal king's the wisps saw it, everything would be serious. Shadi, take my other body and him into the derivative world. Yan Xuan said. Shadi said in surprise. My human body has also entered the living world. My two bodies will guard the grave immortal king. Yan Xuan said in a low voice. But at this time, the human body Yan Xuan and the silver-eyed Yan Xuan also entered the netherworld. Shadi took the silver-eyed Yan Xuan and Gigu Zi into the derivative world. They were all lifeless souls. Yan Xuan hoped to block the willow, the wisp from the golden-eyed grave immortal king's willow, the wisp. The human body Yan Xuan and the zombie Yan Xuan looked at each other and stared coldly at the grave immortal king in the distance. If the grave immortal king moved, the two Yan Xuan would definitely attack him. In the distance, the grave immortal king seemed to have sensed Yan Xuan's gaze. He turned his head and smiled faintly. The other elites of the Great Accomplishment world were naturally staring at the heroes of the Great Kindness world. At this moment, the two sides were ready to fight. In the inner North Continent, the Emperor stood on a high mountain and looked coldly at the battlefield in the inner South Continent. He looked at it for a while and finally stepped into the derivative world. Rumble! The Great Force Master and the Great Force Master were fighting. Shadi took the silver-eyed Yan Xuan and Giguzi into the derivative world and saw the chaos in the sky. However, there was no sign of the grave immortal king. The Great Force Master seemed to have hit the Great Force Master's weakness again and again. The three peerless divine weapons that he had created all exploded. Where is the grave immortal king? Shadi asked curiously. Over there, the silver-eyed Yan Xuan said. Where? Shadi looked at the starry sky blankly. There was no sign of the grave immortal king. You are fast. Take us up there. The grave immortal king has created an imaginary space. Only we can see it, the silver-eyed Yan Xuan said. All right. After avoiding the battle between the Great Force Master and the Great Force Master, Shadi quickly took the two to the starry sky. I'm going in, the silver-eyed Yan Xuan said. As he spoke, he took a step and disappeared in front of Shadi. Shadi's face darkened. It seemed that the silver-eyed Yan Xuan had turned invisible. When Shadi's body was still 7 people, the sixth brother had the imaginary gourd and had the ability to make himself invisible. However, although Shadi also had the ability, he could not see through the imaginary space of others. I'm going in too. At least I can interfere with the participation of the grave immortal king. Otherwise, the battle below will be over. If you have nothing else to do, go and help my real body. The silver-eyed Giguzi said. All right. Shadi nodded. The illusory space could not be seen or touched. Only the lifeless souls like them could discover it. Shadi could only join the battle below. Boom. Shadi rushed forward. In the imaginary space. It seemed to exist in another dimension. As soon as the silver-eyed Yan Xuan and the silver-eyed Giguzi stepped in, they saw this new world. It seemed to be both real and illusory. However, in their eyes, it was an illusion created by a few particles arranged in special positions. In the distance, the golden eye ghost fire was overlooking the battle below from the top of a mountain. He suddenly looked up and saw Yan Xuan and Giguzi in front of him. The three of them looked cold and emotionless. They were created by the phoenix at the same time. One was gold and the other was silver. Now they each had their own master. How dare you two inferior goods come here? The golden eye ghost fire said indifferently. Inferior goods? You are wrong. You have only inherited some of the great Phoenix Supreme's legacy. There is no distinction between the primary and secondary. You have some of the great Phoenix Supreme's imprints on your body, but so what? Silver-eyed Yan Xuan said. That's because I know us better. Since you've come, don't leave. Once I wipe out your consciousness, I'll turn you into the purest lifeless souls and merge them into my body. I'll become even stronger. The golden eye will-o-wisp said. Circulation of the heavenly way. Yan Chuan shouted softly. Boom. The 3,000 heavenly ways suddenly appeared and wrapped around the golden eye ghost fire. Oh, it's useless against me. Reincarnation of fire. The golden eye ghost fire shouted softly. Boom. The entire imaginary space was instantly filled with endless flames. Circulation of the heavenly way. The silver-eyed Gigu Z also shouted. The 3,000 heavenly way wrapped around the silver-eyed Gigu Z again. Refine. The golden eye ghost fire shouted softly. Suddenly, the surrounding flames surged again. The 3 fateless souls each used their own moves and began to fight. Below, the Great Force Master and the Great Force Master were fighting. Without the help of the golden eye ghost fire, the Great Force Master could not see the Great Force Master's weakness. Even so, the Great Force Master was more powerful than the fake Great Force Master. A sky-soaring move. The Great Force Master punched. Boom. The Great Force Master was sent flying. Please, baby, freeze. The Slayer's gourd released golden light. Boom. The golden light was shattered by the Great Force Master's punch. The Great Force Master's peerless divine weapon? I'm not even afraid of the Great Force Master. Why would I hit you? Z, you can't hold on anymore. Hand over the Great Force Master. The Great Force Master said confidently. Chapter 1561. One day later. Sky shatter. The Great Chi Lord roared, and the endless fate turned into a giant dragon that charged towards the Great Force Lord. Wherever it passed, the void was shattered. Even though there was a fog of endless fate, it still suppressed the cultivators in the surrounding territories to the point where they could not breathe. Guiguzi, you've lost. The Great Force Supremacy roared. He punched the giant dragon. Boom. Everything in the sky was shattered. The impact was so great that Guiguzi, who had transformed into the Great Force Supremacy, was instantly sent flying. As he was sent flying, the endless fate scattered, and the vast righteous energy was shattered. The derivative world was shattered. Not only did the huge force defeat Guiguzi, but it also sent Sha Di flying. Boom. The entire underworld was shaken to its core. Billowing chi waves rushed in all directions. Roar! 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 The fate, merit, and fate that overflowed from all directions quickly flowed toward the Great Qin City. On the other hand, the Great Fulfillment Luck was shattered by the Great Force Supremacy and scattered in all directions. Roar! The primordial dragon vein under the Great Force Supremacy's feet roared, and all the fate flowed away. Rumble! The primordial dragon vein under Guiguzi's feet collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had lost. Guiguzi had lost. The entire Great Qin City was filled with grief. 18th Heaven? The Great Force Supremacy was too powerful. Even though Guiguzi had used the power of a nation, he was still no match for the Great Force Supremacy. His fate was stolen? Many officials felt their vision go dark. Fate? After all, this was a portion of his providence. Great Force Supremacy had lost its fate. What should they do next? The nation's fate had been lost. Was everything over? While the entire nation was mourning. In the distance, Sha Di quickly flew toward the Great Qin City with the heavily injured Guiguzi. Along the way, Guiguzi kept vomiting blood. Not only was he heavily injured, but he was also heartbroken. The great emperor had entrusted such a heavy responsibility to him, and he had even given the power of a nation to him. The hope of a nation had been destroyed by him. No! Guiguzi vomited blood, but he was still unwilling. Roar! The Great Force Supremacy stepped on the primordial dragon vein, and the dragon roar soared into the sky. The entire underworld was trembling in awe of his infinite size. With Sha Di's help, Guiguzi soon arrived at the Great Qin City. At this moment, the officials in front of the central palace. However, seeing that the two Yanchuans were still calm and composed, everyone found their backbone. Great Emperor, I'm willing to die. Guiguzi immediately, Guiguzi's great force. Yen Chuan quickly stepped forward and supported Gue Guzi. Mister, you have done your best. Zombie Yen Chuan shook his head. No, I've ruined Great Shin's hope. Gue Guzi said bitterly. Mister, you don't have to blame yourself. You've done your best. This emperor saw it, and so did all the officials of Great Shin. No one will blame you, and no one has the right to blame you. A great force can seize luck, and no one can stop it. Without luck, Great Shin is still Great Shin. Gue Guzi said with a heavy sense of guilt. Rumble. Above his head, providence, merit, and luck returned. Everything was the same, but the heavens' force supremacy was gone. Both Yen Chuans frowned as they looked into the distance. After feasting on the great force supremacy's aura soared, and the entire underworld trembled because of him. In the distance, the tomb Immortal King smiled in satisfaction. However, the three nameless souls had yet to come out. Perhaps because the Golden Eye Grave had the upper hand, the great force supremacy ignored them and turned to look at the North Outer Continent. North Outer Continent, 10 palaces. Above the 10 palaces, there were traces of heaven's force supremacy. Below the 10 palaces, there were dragon veins, showing the boundless heaven's force supremacy. The Nether River Patriarch guarded the boundless heaven's force supremacy. Roar! The primordial dragon vein roared. The great force supremacy controlled the even more powerful primordial dragon vein toward the 10 palaces. Chujiang Palace. The Nether River Patriarch sneered as he looked at the great force supremacy rushing over. You asked for it? The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Roar! The primordial dragon vein rushed over like a vast golden dragon, crossing huge territories. In the distance, the tomb Immortal King narrowed his eyes. Brother Dongfang, how is the Nether River Patriarch? The tomb Immortal King asked in a deep voice. He's not weaker than me. Dongfang Bubi said. Oh. The tomb Immortal King's face darkened. Boom. Soon, the primordial dragon vein arrived before the 10 palaces. The 10 palaces were located above 10 territories. The Nether River Patriarch stood at the entrance of Chujiang Palace. The Nether River Patriarch took a step, and a huge mountain rose from the ground beneath his feet. Roar! The mountain formed the shape of a dragon's head, and gradually, a primordial dragon vein also formed beneath the Nether River Patriarch's feet. The dragon's head was vast, and was on par with the great force supremacy's head. Nether River Patriarch. You saw the battle just now. Hand over the heavens' force supremacy. The great force supremacy growled. The Nether River Patriarch suddenly smiled sinisterly. Who do you think you are? The great force supremacy's face darkened. You've merely taken over the great force supremacy's shell. Ignorant junior, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Impudent? So what if I'm impudent? The great force supremacy said coldly. Impudent, you'll have to suffer. The Nether River Patriarch sneered. He waved his hand. Boom. A sea of blood suddenly appeared, and several territories were instantly submerged by the sea of blood. The sea of blood rose, and instantly trapped the primordial dragon vein beneath the great force supremacy's feet. Nether River Patriarch, since you're not willing to hand it over, I'll do it myself. The great force supremacy shouted coldly. As he spoke, he struck out with his hand. A huge palm suddenly appeared in the void, and broke free from the sea of blood. It grabbed the ground beneath the sea of blood, and wanted to grab the heavens' force supremacy. Slash! The Nether River Patriarch shouted coldly. Boom! The infinite pain sword suddenly emerged from the sea of blood, and slashed out a black sword light. The sword light was vast, and there seemed to be countless evil spirits struggling within it. A sword to create a world. In the distance, Invincible East's eyes narrowed. It was the infinite pain sword light that instantly slashed the great force supremacy's palm light. The palm light shattered, and a huge bloody wound appeared on the great force supremacy's right hand. The Nether River Patriarch had won in one round? The grave Immortal King's face darkened. Stepping out, the tomb Immortal King dashed out from his throne, flying into the distance. The Nether River Patriarch was so powerful that he injured the Great Force Supremacy in one round. Boom! The sea of blood soared into the sky, and instantly enveloped the Nether River Patriarch and the Great Force Supremacy. The grave Immortal King's face darkened, and he instantly stepped into the sea of blood. The Nether River Old Ancestor was fighting against two peerless experts in the blood sea that was connected to heaven and earth. Boom! The entire underworld trembled. In the void. Screech! A huge fire phoenix suddenly flew out of the sea of flames summoned by the Golden Eye Grave's Will-o'-the-Wisp and charged toward the silver-eyed Yenchuan. The fire phoenix was huge and completely formed from flames. But unlike ordinary phoenixes, this one had 72 tails, and was incomparably vast and unstoppable. Boom! The 3,000 heavenly Daos could not withstand it at all, and half of the heavenly Daos were instantly shattered when the fire phoenix collided. What? The silver-eyed Yenchuan exclaimed in surprise. How could the fire phoenix be so powerful? The fire phoenix was too fast and it was determined to kill. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yenchuan, as if to completely pulverize Yenchuan. In that moment of danger, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yenchuan. Boom! It was the silver-eyed Gigu Zi, who controlled the 3,000 heavenly Daos and crashed toward the fire phoenix. In an instant, the void of the void of the void twisted. Under the tremendous collision, silver-eyed Gigu Zi's 3,000 heavenly ways were also shattered. Boom! The fire phoenix pierced through the silver-eyed Gigu Zi. And in that instant, the silver-eyed Gigu Zi pushed the silver-eyed Yenchuan away. The silver-eyed Yenchuan stared at the silver-eyed Gigu, who had sacrificed himself for him. But the silver-eyed Yenchuan asked in surprise. Neither of them had any emotions, but even so, the silver-eyed Yenchuan noticed the difference at this moment. Silver-eyed Yenchuan, your comprehension is higher than mine. My death is better than yours. The silver-eyed Gigu Zi said in the end. Screech! The 72-tailed fire phoenix turned around and crashed into the silver-eyed Gigu Zi's head again. Boom! The silver-eyed Gigu Zi was instantly knocked away. In mid-air, his spirit was instantly shattered. His body instantly turned into a silver liquid. Nameless soul? The golden-eyed grave Ghostfire showed a trace of satisfaction. He opened his mouth and sucked the silver liquid into his body. Buzz! The golden-eyed grave Ghostfire trembled slightly and emitted a soul-sucking aura. The silver-eyed Yenchuan's face darkened. He did not feel sad for the silver-eyed Gigu Zi's death, because he had no emotions at all. He just analyzed with the coldest logic that he was in a bad situation. The silver-eyed Yenchuan stepped forward and was about to turn around and leave. Wanna leave? Sea of fire. The golden-eyed Ghostfire snorted. Buzz! The whole space was instantly surrounded by fire, blocking the silver-eyed Yenchuan's way. In the sea of fire, there seemed to be countless 72-tailed fire phoenixes. Yenchuan's face darkened. The golden-eyed Ghostfire sneered, "Now you know that I'm different from you inferior goods. The foundation of the Great Phoenix Supreme is not something that you inferior goods can compare with." As he spoke, the golden-eyed Ghostfire stretched out his hand. Nay! 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 Thousands of phoenixes cried together. In an instant, nearly 10,000 small fire phoenixes emerged from the sea of fire and pounced on Yenchuan. Watch me destroy your spiritual consciousness. Break! The golden-eyed Ghostfire shouted. Boom! Thousands of phoenixes roared and rushed straight at Yenchuan. Heavenly Way! Boom! 6,000 heavenly ways suddenly appeared to protect Yenchuan, but these phoenixes seemed to be able to penetrate the heavenly way area and instantly arrived in front of Yenchuan. Oh no! Yenchuan's face changed. Screech! Suddenly, the sound of a saber rang out. Boom! Thousands of phoenixes were annihilated wherever the saber passed. The golden-eyed Ghostfire's face changed. He turned his head and saw a short-haired woman standing in the sea of fire at this moment. Empress? How did you come in? This is an imaginary space, not heaven and earth. The golden-eyed Ghostfire was surprised. An imaginary space hidden in the reincarnation cycle? So what? The Empress said coldly. How did you come in? The golden-eyed Ghostfire was still in disbelief. Because I'm also a lifeless soul. The Empress said in a deep voice. You too. The golden-eyed Ghostfire was surprised. The heritage that my mother left behind is not for you, but for me. Give it to me. The Empress stretched out her hand and grabbed. Thousands of phoenixes, destroy. The golden-eyed Ghostfire's face changed and controlled countless fire phoenixes to rush toward the Empress. Screech. The phoenixes seemed to have sensed something and flew not far from the Empress. They automatically avoided her, unwilling to hurt the Empress at all. Slash. Screech. A snow-white saber light rushed straight toward the golden-eyed Ghostfire. In an instant, it pierced through the golden-eyed Ghostfire's head without any resistance. You. The golden-eyed Ghostfire looked at the Empress in disbelief. Screech. The Empress pulled out her long saber. Boom! The golden-eyed Ghostfire's consciousness and spirit instantly collapsed. Her whole body turned into a golden transparent liquid. In the blink of an eye, she was destroyed by the Empress? The Empress stretched out her hand and grabbed, and a golden phoenix suddenly emerged from the golden liquid. The transparent phoenix was the heritage of the great Phoenix Supreme. The Empress opened her mouth and inhaled, and the golden phoenix was sucked into her body. The original golden liquid had turned silver at this moment. The purest lifeless soul? The Empress looked at Yen Chuan. Stepping forward, the Empress left the purest lifeless soul and left the imaginary space. Yen Chuan was left alone, looking at the Empress's departure with a dignified expression. After a moment of silence, silver-eyed Yen Chuan really couldn't figure out what the Empress meant. After all, without emotions, many things relied on intelligence, which was difficult to understand. But at least she understood that the purest lifeless soul was left for her by the Empress. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan didn't stand on ceremony. She opened her mouth and inhaled, sucking the huge lifeless soul into her mouth. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan's body instantly shone with colorful light. After absorbing 2 lifeless souls, silver-eyed Yen Chuan seemed to be purified. She quietly sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to purify. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan was in seclusion in the imaginary space. The Empress came out of the imaginary space and headed for her own dojo. In the north, the blood sea was surging. It blotted out the sky and the sun. The fierce impact shook the world. The Nether River Patriarch was fighting against 2 in the Blood Sea. The Nether River Patriarch? The tomb Immortal King roared inside. The Nether River Great Tao, heaven falls and earth rends. The Nether River Patriarch roared. Boom! The Blood Sea suddenly exploded violently. The endless Blood Sea instantly splashed across the entire underworld. In an instant, the underworld was filled with blood. Even the Lotus Goddess, who was standing behind Invincible East, had a drastic change in expression. The Nether River Patriarch? She exclaimed. Boom! The tomb Immortal King in the distance was sent flying by the huge explosion. Roar! The progenitor dragon vein let out a miserable cry from the exploding Blood Sea. Boom! The Blood Sea exploded, revealing the scene inside. They saw the Nether River Patriarch standing on the head of the withered progenitor dragon vein, the heaven-span Black Sea behind him suppressing the progenitor dragon vein. Meanwhile, the Nether River Patriarch's face was twisted, his right palm clutching the Grand Lord's neck. The Nether River Patriarch smiled savagely, immobilizing the Grand Lord. In the distance, the tomb Immortal King quickly steadied himself. He turned around in shock, only to find that the Grand Lord had been subdued and captured alive by the Nether River Patriarch. All the elites in the world were shocked when they saw this. The Grand Lord was so powerful, and he had just defeated Great Shen. His morale was soaring as if he was invincible. But now, he was like a dead dog, immobilized by the Nether River Patriarch's grip? Am I seeing things? Chapter 1562. At the peak of the Genesis dragon vein, the heaven-span Black River was suppressing the giant dragon. The Nether River Patriarch stood where the grand power supremacy had been, grabbing him with one hand as black chi surged out of his palm, restraining the grand power supremacy and immobilizing him. With a sinister smile, the Nether River Patriarch looked at the nearby tomb Immortal King. For a time, countless experts in the world gasped when they saw the scene. The grand power supremacy was strong enough to defeat the celestial realm of greater perfection as soon as he was born. And yet, the grand power supremacy was being controlled by the tomb Immortal King. Even so, the Nether River Patriarch had one of them retreating and the other capturing. The grand power supremacy roared as he struggled. But was it that easy to break free from the Nether River Patriarch's restraint? All he could do was sway. On the other side, the tomb Immortal King's face darkened. His half-skeleton, half-human form looked even more sinister and terrifying. Nether River Patriarch. The tomb Immortal King said coldly. What, do you want to fight again? The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Although the Nether River Patriarch's aura was not strong, his sinister smile was filled with domineering arrogance as if he was looking down on the world. I got the grand power supremacy first. Don't blame me for being impolite if you don't let go. The tomb Immortal King said coldly. Haha, impolite? I didn't provoke you first. You brought it on yourself. Since you dared to provoke me, you must be prepared to pay the price. I want the grand power supremacy, and you can return to where you came from. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Bastard! The tomb Immortal King naturally refused to let go. The grand power supremacy was released by himself and refined. How could he give it to you just because you said so? The tomb Immortal King stomped his foot. Boom! The ground below instantly withered and withered for thousands of miles. Ha! The Nether River Patriarch laughed maniacally. Rumble! The huge black river behind him churned, and then a black-robed figure emerged from within. The black-robed figure twisted his head and stepped out. Another Nether River Patriarch? Countless cultivators exclaimed in shock. Rumble! The black river continued to churn, and in the blink of an eye, another Nether River Patriarch was spat out. 3. Countless cultivators goggled as the black river continued to churn. Soon, countless cultivators were rendered speechless, not knowing what to say. 10,000 Nether River Patriarchs poured out of the Black River. 10,000. Even the tomb Immortal King felt his scalp turning numb at this moment. What in the world was going on? I don't believe you. Grave Immortal King immediately punched out at one of the Nether River Patriarchs. The Nether River Patriarch, who had just appeared, instantly punched out, facing 19's fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and the new Nether River Patriarch was sent flying. However, he was not injured. Although Tomb Immortal King's right fist won, his expression changed when he saw that the new river Styx was unharmed. That's impossible. Is this your doppelganger? How could he also have the power of the 18th heavenly layer? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed in shock. 18 layers of heaven? How many 18 heavens were there in the entire world? Although the Nether River clone in front of him was only at the early stage of the 18th firmament, it was still at the 18th firmament. There were 10,000 Nether River Patriarchs and 10,000 18th Heaven Patriarchs. Seeing this, the Tomb Immortal King felt a chill in his heart. It was not just the Tomb Immortal King. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi's expression changed as well. Master, how strong are those 10,000 Nether River clones? They were so powerful when they clashed with Tomb Immortal King just now that I could not see through them? The Lotus Goddess said in shock. 18 tiers of heaven. Dongfang Bubi said. 18 tiers of heaven? The Lotus Goddess was stunned. 10,000 18 tiers of heaven? That was too terrifying. Wasn't that invincible? Who in the world could be a match for him? How could the Nether River Patriarch be so strong? 10,000 18 tiers of heaven clones should be able to resist fate, right? What a powerful ability! Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Meanwhile, in the heavenly demon world, Fushi narrowed his eyes. Is what you said true, King? All 10,000 of the Nether River Patriarch's clones are at the 18th firmament? How is that possible? Snake's spirit exclaimed. It's true. Each of them should be half of the Nether River Patriarch's strength. Fushi said solemnly. 10,000 Nether River Patriarchs had appeared. Everyone in the world was shocked. Even the Tomb Immortal King was hesitant at this moment. The Tomb Immortal King was ferocious, and he was confident that few in the world could surpass him. After all, half of his body was already at the 19th firmament, and he was confident that he could fight any 18 tiers of heaven in the world. However, 10,000 18 tiers of heaven had truly shocked the Tomb Immortal King. How was that possible? In the Great Qin City, some of the officials who could see also changed their expressions. Is the Nether River Patriarch going to defy the heavens? Shadi said in shock. The fourth most powerful ability in the world. I finally understand that the Nether River Patriarch's great Tao is himself. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The fourth most powerful ability in the world? If I remember correctly, it's called shadow splitting ability? It means to split from one's own shadow. Isn't it similar to your life-stealing derivation? Shadi looked at Yen Chuan curiously. The two Yen Chuans split into two, and the ability also split himself into two. The Nether River Patriarch is his true body, and the Nether River Great Tao behind him is the sky-reaching Black Sea. It was refined by the Nether River Patriarch's shadow. Splitting into two. If it's the same as my life-stealing derivation, it doesn't deserve to be called the fourth most powerful ability in the world, Yen Chuan said solemnly. I've seen the greater world from Zhongshan. He also has this ability. I wonder how he's doing now. I only know that he didn't understand much about the greater world in the past, and he only separated his body from his shadow. However, he used an external technique, the 10,000 Shadows Heavenly Scripture, to split his shadow into 10,000 clones, each with half the power of the true body. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Zhongshan knows it too? Shadi narrowed his eyes. So does Zhongshan. He didn't study it as thoroughly as the Nether River Patriarch. I don't know how he is now. 10,000 clones? 10,000 18 tiers of heaven? Phew, the Nether River Patriarch is really something. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Boom! At this moment, Miao suddenly jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder. In addition to the fourth most powerful ability in the world, the Nether River Patriarch also knows the 10th most powerful ability in the world, the spatial ability. Moreover, his spatial ability is much stronger than mine, Miao. Miao said. Yen Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yen Chuan also realized how powerful the Nether River Patriarch was. His deprivation ability was only the fifth most powerful ability, but the splitting divine ability in front of him was the fourth most powerful ability. It deserved to be called that. Once it was displayed, even someone as powerful as the Tomb Immortal King hesitated and did not dare to step forward. How was he supposed to fight? He was already sent flying by the Nether River Patriarch's true body just now, and now there were 10,000 18 tiers of heaven clones. How was he supposed to fight? A great grievance brewed in the Tomb Immortal King's heart. The Nether River Patriarch's true body looked at the Tomb Immortal King in the distance with a look of arrogance in his eyes. Tomb Immortal King? Shocking the world with a single appearance? The 19 tiers of heaven half is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, I'm more powerful than you. The Tomb Immortal King stared at the Nether River Patriarch, still a little unwilling. I'm still not in my most perfect form. Your most perfect form? Can you guarantee that you can save the world? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. The Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. Back down. If even I can't defeat you, how can I believe that you can succeed? Watch as my 10 halls create another world. The Nether River Patriarch said somberly. The Tomb Immortal King clenched his fists, very much wanting to snatch the Great Force Lord away. Unfortunately, he understood that the Nether River Patriarch had already made his trump card clear, and there was no way he could snatch him away. The Nether River Patriarch had summoned 10,000 clones to intimidate him so that he would not engage in a pointless struggle. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Fine. I'll take a look at the Nether River Patriarch's peerless ability. The Tomb Immortal King laughed angrily. With a step, the Tomb Immortal King turned back, allowing the Nether River Patriarch to attack and ignoring the Great Force Lord. It was not that the tomb immortal king did not want to fight, but that he could not. Why force it? Since the Nether River Patriarch wanted to start his creation, then let him do it. It would be best if he could save the world, but if not, then he would just follow suit. Patriarch, save me! The Great Force Lord cried out in shock. Was he giving up on him? The Great Force Lord was also extremely shocked at this moment. He only knew that the Nether River Patriarch was powerful, but never knew that he was this terrifying. 10,000 18th heavens were enough to sweep across the world. Who could be his match? But why did the Nether River Patriarch want to capture him? Did he want the Great Force Lord's power? The Tomb Immortal King's disregard filled the Great Force Lord with despair. The Nether River Patriarch looked at the Great Force Lord in his palm and smiled sinisterly. Fortune? It's not just the Tomb Immortal King who needs it. I need it too, because the Great Force Lord was born from 2,000 heavenly Daos in the First Era. And it just so happens that I can't control some of the 2,000 heavenly Daos that gave birth to you. Only fate can completely control the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the First World. With you, I can control 3,000 heavenly Daos as well. Ha! The Nether River Patriarch laughed. 3,000 heavenly Daos of the First World? In the distance, Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yen Chuan also controlled the cycle of heavenly Daos, but that was the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Greater Thousand Realms. Later on, he also controlled the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Evil World, but it still couldn't compare to the First World. The 3,000 heavenly Daos of the First World were the foundation, and the others were just deviations. What are you doing? The Great Force Lord was surprised to be restrained. I'm going to create a new world, a true world. The Nether River Patriarch said confidently. 10 palaces, open. The Nether River Patriarch cried. Yes, King Qingguang. Yes, King Chujiang. Yes, King Songdi. Yes, King Wuguan. Yes, King Yenluo. Yes, King Bianqing. Yes, King Taishan. Yes, King Dusher. Yes, King Pingdeng. Yes, King Zhonglu. A loud cry came from each of the 10 palaces. Rumble. In an instant, the entire area where the 10 palaces were located trembled. The 10 palaces' territories trembled, and the 4 seas surged. Under the control of the Nether River Patriarch, countless fortunes suddenly surged into the ground. Roar! Dragon roars resounded throughout the 10 domains. The 10 domains suddenly trembled and rose from the ground. The 10 territories slowly floated up into the sky. The entire underworld was affected by the violent earthquake. Tens of thousands of Nether River Patriarchs stepped on the ground, suppressing the earth and stabilizing the surroundings, allowing the 10 palaces' territories to smoothly separate from the earth. Chapter 1563. In the Netherworld. The world shook, but the 10,000 Nether River clones suppressed the world as they stepped on the ground, calming the violently shaking world. Outer North Continent. The 10 dominions slowly floated to the surface of the sea. Boom! Crack! As if the Earth's crust was breaking, the 10 dominions were completely separated from the Earth's crust. They flew out of the sea and into the sky. The surrounding seawater poured into the hole that suddenly appeared. The Genesis dragon vein beneath the Nether River Patriarch's feet had already collapsed. Nether River Patriarch, what else do you want? The Great Force Supremes roared. The Nether River Patriarch ignored them and waited for the 10 dominions to float to the sky. The 10 palaces above the 10 dominions suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Boom! Waves of new energy seemed to emerge from the 10 palaces, rolling out and stacking the space in all directions. Meow! Is that a spatial superpower? Layers upon layers of spatial power? How terrifying! Meow stood on Yen Chuan's shoulder and exclaimed. Rumble! The power of space surged out, and gradually, it seemed to connect into a huge sphere. The vast sphere enveloped the 10 territories. What was visible to the naked eye was a gigantic black, transparent sphere that enveloped the 10 dominions. Boom! Within the black sphere, a new sun and a new moon appeared. Let's go! The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Carrying the huge black sphere, it soared into the sky, towards the starry sky, towards Wuji. What's that? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Meanwhile, Zhong Shan's eyes narrowed at the yellow spring road. The world of the 10 palaces? Nether River moved the worlds inside the 10 palaces outside and trapped the 10 dominions to form a new world? Zhong Shan said solemnly. Sector Lord, that's a small world after all. It has to be stored in the world. Won't it collapse immediately after leaving the world? A subject asked. No, I've been there before. That minor world is very unusual and extremely sealed. The outermost layer is Patriarch Nether River's absolute space. No one can compare to Nether River Old Ancestor in terms of spatial abilities. His spatial boundary must be extraordinary, Zhong Shan said gravely. The Nether River Realm? Yan Chuan said solemnly from afar. Countless experts in the world were watching. The huge underworld river realm quickly entered the starry sky. Gradually, it rushed through the starry sky and entered the heavenly devil realm. In the heavenly demon world. Fuxi watched solemnly. Boom! The underworld river world broke through the heavenly demon world and entered Wuji. Buzz! The Nether River world was defined within the Wuji. The 10,000 Nether River clones all entered Wuji. Yan Chuan, Sha Di, Zhong Shan, Dongfang Bubi, the Tomb Immortal Emperor, and the rest of the peerless experts entered the Wuji too. Grand Force Supremacy, my world has entered Wuji. Now, it's your turn to help. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Me? What should I do? The Great Force Supremacy said with an ugly expression. I want all the luck in the world. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Impossible. There are 2 more in the hands of Zhong Shan and Wu Jiong. If you don't let me go, how can I get it? The Great Force Supremacy shouted. No need. I have spatial powers. Let me control your power. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. He grabbed the Great Force Supremacy with both hands, and countless spatial powers rushed toward him. Buzz. Yellow light shone around the Great Force Supremacy. The spatial powers stacked around him. His spatial powers rushed toward the Great Thousand World and the Great Heavenly Cycle Realm through Wuji. Rumble! The entire Great Thousand World shook. The entire Great Heavenly Cycle Realm also shook. The power of luck was even more ferocious than before. Bastard! Wu Jiong shouted anxiously. Suppress! He mobilized the power of a nation to quickly guard the luck. However, the luck was still churning as if it could be extracted at any time. Now, it was not just the Great Force Supremacy's power. There was also the Nether River Patriarch. In the Great Thousand World, the luck, merit, and luck were also suppressing the luck. However, Zhong Shan looked at the starry sky. There's no need to suppress it. Let them go. Zhong Shan said in a deep voice. The luck was freed. It quickly crossed space and rushed toward the Nether River realm in Wuji. Not bad. Nether River Patriarch said in satisfaction. On the other side, Wu Jiong suppressed it for a while but could not do anything about the Nether River's power. More importantly, the 10 Nether River clones were forcing their way toward Luoyang City. Wu Jiong had a bitter expression. Let the luck go. Wu Jiong shouted softly. Rumble! The surging luck was extracted by Nether River Patriarch again. 10,000 clones swept across the world. Who could stop them? The surging luck rushed over. Enter! Under Nether River Patriarch's control, endless luck rushed toward the 10 territories in the Nether River realm. Boom! The 10 territories were rapidly growing on their own. The Nether River realm was getting bigger and bigger, and so were the 10 territories. It was as if the Nether River realm was expanding. Rumble! 3 days later, the size of the Nether River realm gradually reached the same size as the First World. The original 10 territories also changed, separating the Nether River realm from the Yin realm and the Yang realm. Create another world? In the distance, the peerless powerhouses said solemnly. As the Nether River realm reached the same size as the First World, the decomposition power of Wuji also increased. Rumble! The black sphere boundary outside the Nether River realm gradually showed signs of shattering. It's useless. You can't succeed with just this luck. The Great Force Lord said in disbelief. Can't succeed? Ha, you don't understand. I've already succeeded in creating a world in Wuji in the past, but it can't survive for long. Now, I just want it to survive. If my Nether River realm can survive in Wuji, then it will completely avoid fate. Even if the first world eventually unifies, even if fate drives away all life will have a new place to stay, and that will be my Nether River realm. Nether River Patriarch said confidently. Survive? You want to survive in this world? In the simulation of the first world, I need 3,000 heavenly Dao to support the Nether River realm. In the past, the 3,000 heavenly Dao of the Great Thousand World was not enough and could not survive. However, it's different with you. Great Force Lord, your fate contains 2,000 heavenly Dao, and you can combine with what I have. Nether River Patriarch said. What are you trying to do? Decompose you, release 2,000 heavenly Dao, and nourish the Nether River realm with my 1,000 heavenly Dao. Nether River Patriarch said. Decompose me? The Great Force Lord's expression changed drastically. It's your honor. Divide it. Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom. Terrifying power rushed into the Great Force Lord's body. Boom. The Great Force Lord's endless power instantly burst out. Buzz. A heavenly Dao suddenly appeared. Heavenly veins. Nether River Patriarch shouted. Lin, Bing, Do, and Ja all moved forward in formation. 9 heavenly veins instantly inserted into 9 directions of the Nether River realm. For a moment, the Great Force Lord turned into a cloud of yellow mist, and heavenly Dao quickly emerged to support a world. No, Nether River. Stop, there's an array formation sealed in my body. If my body is destroyed, the array formation will break, and I won't be able to hide my fate. If I'm destroyed again, my fate will awaken. The Great Force Lord exclaimed. Fate? Wake up, I don't care anymore. Nether River Patriarch said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. Streaks of heavenly Dao were quickly erected in the Nether River world, and there was a faint cracking sound where the Great Force supremacy was. Boom. The array formation broke. The Great Force Lord let out a shrill scream. But at this moment, the peerless experts of Wuji were indifferent, as if they were waiting for Nether River to succeed. Rumble. 3,000 heavenly Dao were faintly discernible and rapidly condensing. At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the spatial enchantment outside the Netherworld River. Crack, 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 crack. What? Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. Boom. 10,000 Nether River clones quickly went to the various cracks, and quickly mended the cracks with their spatial abilities. Wuji's power of nothingness is too strong. Invincible East's face darkened. My world hasn't come to life, but the power of space can't withstand it? Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. In midair, the Great Force Lord's fate was an 18-colored crystal, and it floated quietly in the air. Billowing power overflowed to the outside world, and rushed towards the 2,000 heavenly Dao, perfecting the heavenly Dao of the Nether River realm. 3,000 heavenly Dao were taking root in the Nether River realm. Once it succeeded and survived, this world would be able to survive in Wuji, and it would be able to resist Wuji's invasion and become a true world equivalent to the first world. But now, the power of space outside was not enough. Wuji seemed to have sensed the birth of Tai Chi, and thus produced an even stronger power of decomposition. Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. Far away, the peerless experts could not interfere. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Yen Chuan in human form quickly rushed into the world. Meow, your little hat, black gold nest, quick. Yen Chuan in human form shouted. Meow. Meow was confused. Yen Chuan in human form flew into Wuji again with Meow's little felt hat. Meow, Yen Chuan, what are you doing? My hat, my hat. Meow shouted in exasperation. In Wuji, Nether River Patriarch's face darkened, and at the same time he was extremely anxious. He muttered in his heart, the world must come to life faster than the power of Wuji. However, the perfection and integration of the 3,000 heavenly Dao was relatively difficult, and it would take a long time. Nether River chose Wuji to completely strip away the control of fate, but now he seemed to be unable to persist. "No, I can't accept this," Nether River Patriarch said with an ugly expression. "Nether River Patriarch, this is the black gold nest. It combined the heavenly Tao of the first world and perfected a vitality space. It contains endless vitality of heaven and earth, and even the power of space." Yen Chuan in human form threw the black gold nest out. In the distance, Nether River Patriarch stretched out his hand and grabbed. He quickly checked it. After checking for a while, Nether River Patriarch laughed. "Haha, good, the heavens did not let me down, black gold nest. Nest, I underestimated you. With this treasure, I will definitely succeed." Nether River Patriarch stretched out his hand, and the power of space in the black gold nest rushed towards the cracks in all directions. Boom! The space that was originally filled with cracks instantly stabilized. Nether River Patriarch was wild with excitement. At this moment, the two Yen Chuans suddenly trembled slightly. It was as if a huge force rushed into their minds. "Oh no!" Yen Chuan in human form changed his expression. Chapter 1564. Vitality surged out of the crow gold nest. It was refined by the heavens in the past and contained the heavenly will of the first world. It seemed to be quickly activating the Nether River world. The birth chart of the great power lord floated in the Nether River world. The 3,000 heavenly Daos were quickly condensing and taking root in the Nether River world. The Yin and Yang worlds of the Nether River world quickly extracted each other's energy. The vitality entered the Yang world, and the death entered the Yin world. Buzz. A faint 19-colored light appeared above the Nether River world. Although it flashed by, it seemed to indicate that a new world that could survive in the infinite world was about to be born. The Nether River world expanded slightly like a human's heartbeat. It was about to come to life. Is it going to succeed? A complicated look flashed in the eyes of the grave Immortal King in the distance. There was joy and regret. If it succeeded, it would be a blessing for the world. It was a pity that it was not brought by him. A new world that was separated from the first world. A new Taiji. Everyone clenched their fists, and a strong sense of anticipation flashed in their eyes. Even the Nether River Patriarch was the same. His previous unwillingness was resolved because of the crow gold nest that Yen Chuan sent over. Everything was resolved. As long as he had time, he would definitely succeed. Yen Chuan, thank you. You're the main contributor to this success. The Nether River Patriarch laughed excitedly. However, at this moment, Yen Chuan suddenly felt a powerful will rushing into his mind. Oh no! The human Yen Chuan's expression changed. The two Yen Chuan did not hesitate and quickly turned around and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the sky. What's wrong? The experts were confused. However, soon, the crowd reacted, and their pupils all shrunk. Boom! The two Yen Chuan crashed into the great Qin city. Yen Chuan, where's my hat? Meow. Meow pounced over. Boom! Yen Chuan sent Meow flying with a palm strike. In midair, Meow spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yen Chuan in shock. Yen Chuan hit me? Meow! Meow cried out in disbelief. At this moment, the two Yen Chuan were both trembling. A pained expression appeared on his face. Great Emperor, what's wrong? Dezhen's officials quickly rushed over. Boom! The two Yen Chuan attacked at the same time, sending everyone flying. The Slayer flew closer. Quick! Everybody, get out of the way. The Fate is going to attack Yen Chuan. The Shah Di shouted. What? The officials of Great Zhen who had been sent flying all around exclaimed in surprise. Help the people of the world. The two Yen Chuan cried out in pain at the same time. Raise your right. The two Yen Chuan shouted with difficulty. Buzz. The strong tremor interrupted Yen Chuan's words. Yen Chuan wanted to mobilize the power of the country to resist the Fate's attack. However, the Fate's attack was too fierce. Even someone as strong as Yen Chuan could not resist it at this moment. With a pained expression, Yen Chuan could not say a word. Boom! Suddenly, 7 great emperor sacrificial altars appeared under the feet of the two Yen Chuan. Two beams of white light shot out from the great emperor's sacrificial altars. Boom! Instantly, Yen Chuan's powerful will couldn't even withstand a single blow from fate. It was instantly suppressed. Buzz! The two Yen Chuan fell to the ground. My husband! Father! Great Emperor! At the entrance of the central palace, there was a jiaohu. Don't come over! The Shadi quickly stopped everyone. The Shadi felt a strong and fierce aura. Even though he was standing not far away, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Boom! The human Yen Chuan suddenly passed out. The zombie Yen Chuan stood on the four great emperor's sacrificial altars and slowly stood up. Yen Chuan! Miao shouted while coughing up blood. The zombie Yen Chuan's eyes were cold and there were 19 colored lights in his eyes. He turned his head slightly and ignored everyone. Then he looked up at the starry sky. Boom! The zombie Yen Chuan stepped into the sky. In an instant he rushed through the sky full of stars and entered Wuji. However, the human Yen Chuan passed out in front of the central palace. My husband! Mou she hugged the human Yen Chuan. Fate has appeared again. The Shadi said with a pale face. Mr. Shadi, how is my husband? How is he now? Mou she looked at the Shadi anxiously. The Shadi also started to check on Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan cultivates life derivation, but it's different from others. He separates life and death. In fact, the two Yen Chuan share the same fate. Fate suppressed Yen Chuan's fate, so Yen Chuan fell into a deep sleep. The zombie Yen Chuan is controlled, and the human Yen Chuan can't move, the Shadi said in a low voice. Then what should we do now? Mou she asked anxiously. There are only two ways. First, Yen Chuan can defeat the will of fate. But that's impossible. How can Yen Chuan's will defeat fate? Second, wait for fate to finish its task and leave. By then, Yen Chuan will wake up. The Shadi said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent. In Wuji, the heroes watched the underworld river recover, but they were also worried about the sudden change in Yen Chuan. However, Yen Chuan soon returned. Boom! His ferocious speed instantly brought out a large number of stars and countless heavenly demons. The stars and heavenly demons were instantly melted by the power of Wuji. The zombie Yen Chuan stepped on the great emperor's altar and stood not far away from the experts. A breathtaking aura spread out, and the faces of the experts around sank. Fate, the lotus deity said in surprise. In Wuji, Dongfang Bubi, Zhongshan, the tomb deity king, and the lotus deity all looked solemn. In the heavenly demon realm, Fuxi also looked anxious. The Nether River Patriarch was about to succeed. Once he succeeded, all the people in the world would be saved. Why did a destiny suddenly appear at this moment? The body of a general was indeed a body that fate liked to live in. Yen Chuan looked coldly at the underworld river in the distance. The Nether River Patriarch also saw this scene and his face darkened. The force was destroyed in the past. Why is it reborn? Imitating my body and molding my spirit, you abominable parasite. Fate said coldly. There was not much expression on his face. Just like before, only a part of his consciousness had awakened. This part of consciousness had two purposes: to destroy the great force and to destroy the underworld river. The faces of the heroes around changed. The tomb deity king instantly flew over. Nether River Patriarch, although you stole my opportunity, I will block fate for you for the sake of the world. Hurry up! The tomb deity king called out. Master! The lotus deity also looked at Dongfang Bubi, hoping that he would help. However, Dongfang Bubi shook his head. The Nether River Patriarch also said somberly, Tomb deity king, I appreciate your kindness. Go away. The tomb deity king's face darkened. Fate targets me, Lord of great influences fate, and my world. You shouldn't interfere. Once you do, more thoughts and karma will affect fate, and more fate consciousness will awaken. The Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. The tomb deity king's expression changed as he understood. Only a part of fate had awakened, and its consciousness now only had one purpose. If he interfered, fate would become even stronger. I understand. The tomb deity king nodded. The tomb deity king quickly retreated as the peerless elites looked on worriedly. The Nether River Patriarch, on the other hand, was not afraid. The underworld river was slowly getting on track, and with the 10 lords controlling it, the world was rapidly improving. Meanwhile, the Nether River Patriarch stepped out of the underworld river with his 10,000 clones and coldly looked at fate across from him. I knew that I would face you today. That is why I fought you when you awakened from Jiangxin's body, hoping to familiarize myself with your strength. Today I, Nether River, will fight with everything I have. Bring it on fate. The Nether River Patriarch said confidently. Boom. 10,000 Nether River Patriarchs lunged at fate. Chapter 1565. 10,000 Nether River Patriarchs, each of them at the 18th heaven. Their aura was majestic and ferocious. Even the nearby tomb Immortal King, Dongfang Bubi, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Zombie Yen Chuan, also known as Destiny, didn't care at all. Standing amidst Wuji, he gently extended his right palm, and the 5 fingernails on his right hand rapidly grew, growing to a foot long in the blink of an eye. His fingernails were shaped like 5 slender black blades, emitting billowing black energy. Destiny didn't fear these 10,000 elites, and instead took a step forward, instantly arriving at the nearest Nether River clone. That clone reached out and waved, and a black longsword stabbed out, unleashing 18 colored light in all directions. An unstoppable force rushed at Destiny. Destiny's eyes were cold, and he slashed out with the 5 armor blade in his hand. Bam! The black longsword was instantly cut into 6 pieces. Everything that the ferocious blade passed by was cut into 6 pieces. Even the Nether River Patriarch's clone was cut into 6 pieces by the 5 armor saber. The force was unstoppable, unstoppable, and unstoppable. An 18th heaven Nether River clone was instantly sliced into pieces. In the distance, Tomb Immortal King and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Destiny's attack was too fast and too ferocious. How could he kill an 18th heaven in an instant? However, there were too many Nether River clones. 100 Nether River clones brandished their long swords at almost the same time, carrying 100 streaks of ferocious might and roaring like 100 dragons as they charged at Destiny. Boom! A huge blow slammed into Destiny's body, sending out a powerful surge of energy. In the sea of clones, Nether River's true form looked solemnly at the chaotic energy zone. When the chaotic energy was melted away by Wuji, Destiny's body was once again exposed. Destiny, however, was unscathed. He was merely restrained, and his powerful body blocked all of the blows. Almost everyone's face darkened. A 19th heaven body? Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. Half of the Tomb Immortal King's body was also this strong. He naturally knew how ferocious this body was. However, half of the Tomb Immortal King's body was restricted by the other half. He wasn't as perfect as Yen Chuan's body. Roar! Destiny roared and lunged at another Nether River clone. Corporeal body of the 19th heavenly layer? Humph, I don't believe I can't break it. The Nether River Patriarch's eyes turned cold. Thousands of doppelgangers quickly stood in various positions, forming a formation. The Nether River Patriarch roared, I am the master of creation in the real world. Boom! The Nether River Great Tao suddenly appeared in Wuji. It was like a surging black river that surrounded all of the Nether River clones and fates. Rumble! The great river surged, trapped and guarded one's fate. Within the great Qin city, Shadi, Gue Guzi, Mo Shi, ZZ, and the others all surrounded the unconscious human Yen Chuan. With his fate suppressed, the zombie Yen Chuan's body was snatched away. The human Yen Chuan fell into a coma and should have resigned himself to fate. However, at this moment, the surface of Yen Chuan's body emitted traces of 18 colored light from time to time. Mr. Shadi, what's wrong with my father? Pluto asked worriedly. I don't know. Shadi shook his head. Let me take a look. Gue Guzi shouted. At this moment, everyone was at their wits' end. Since Gue Guzi wanted to investigate, they naturally made way for him. Although Gue Guzi had lost great fortune not long ago, it was unavoidable. At least if the Nether River Patriarch intervened, no one would be able to stop him. Gui Guzi put his hand on Yan Chuan's arm, closed his eyes, and slightly activated his magic power in his hand. Buzz! Beside the human Yan Chuan, a great Tao suddenly soared into the sky. The cypress great Tao suddenly appeared. Everyone was surprised. This is a secret technique that my teacher taught me. It can activate the great Tao of the Bai clan. Gui Guzi said. Gui Guzi's teacher was Bai Huang, who was also the grandfather of Yan Chuan in his first life. At this moment, the cypress great Tao appeared and emitted a verdant light. As it spun slowly, rolling power surged into the human Yan Chuan's body. The cypress great Tao is still spinning. Gui Guzi was delighted. What do you mean? The cypress great Tao is spinning. It means that the great emperor's will has not been completely suppressed. The great emperor's will is resisting the will of fate. Gui Guzi said. Yan Chuan is resisting fate? Shadi was surprised. The great emperor's will is stronger than Jiangchen's. The great emperor has indeed blocked part of the will of fate. He did it. Gui Guzi was overjoyed. How is this possible? The will of fate is inviolable. Yan Chuan's two bodies are only at the 17th level. How can he resist the suppression of fate? How can he resist it? Shadi was in disbelief. Gui Guzi's eyes flashed with determination. He smiled slightly. Because the great emperor has something that no one else has. Because of this thing, the will of the earth can expand infinitely. It can make the great emperor infinitely stronger. What? In Yan Chuan's sea of consciousness. The invasion of fate instantly suppressed Yan Chuan's consciousness with irresistible force. Like a vast sea of chaos, it instantly sealed Yan Chuan in the depths of the sea. In the past, Jiangchen had experienced it too. Consciousness was the most fragile thing in a human being. In the past, Jiangchen could not resist the descent of the sea of chaos at all. He sank into the depths of the sea, suffocated, and fainted. His body was completely reduced to a carrier of fate. He could not resist and was directly parasitized. Now, Yan Chuan was in the same situation. He sank to the bottom of the sea in an instant. The suffocation of the sea of chaos quickly forced Yan Chuan's consciousness to the point where it could not resist. His physical body was quickly taken over. He fainted and his zombie body was controlled. Although he could not sense his own body, Yan Chuan's consciousness did not fall into a coma. Although he was suffocating, there was a white mass of faith enveloping Yan Chuan's consciousness. This faith was hope. The fire of hope for all living beings. Since the beginning of the Great Thousand Domains, Yan Chuan had worked hard for this fire of hope. He had worked hard for this indestructible faith. In his first life, Yan Chuan could bury himself alive. Just for this hope, the indestructible hope of all living beings. This was a supreme faith that had been tempered by Yan Chuan countless times. This faith of hope was deeply rooted in Yan Chuan's body and was the source of all Yan Chuan's strength. This was also what Yan Chuan thought could resist the control of fate. Yan Chuan did it. This faith of hope that had been tempered by the world is for all since millions of years ago wrapped around Yan Chuan's consciousness and supported Yan Chuan's consciousness to prevent it from being suffocated by the sea of chaos and fainting. In the depths of the sea, there seemed to be an extreme lack of oxygen. Yan Chuan's consciousness relied on this faith of hope to swim towards the surface of the sea. Yan Chuan wanted to snatch his body back. He had to snatch it back. Chapter 1566. In Wuji, the Nether River world was slowly being perfected. 3,000 heavenly Daos were rooted in the Nether River world, and the entire world was expanding and contracting like a heartbeat. The Nether River world was gradually being revived. In the distance of the Nether River world, a vast black river spanned across. In the Black River, the Nether River Patriarch led his 10,000 clones to resist the destruction of fate. The Black River surged and roared endlessly. Even further away, a group of peerless powerhouses were staring at the Nether River world and the Black River. At this moment, everyone was rather nervous. The Nether River Patriarch's operation was theoretically feasible. If it worked, all lives in the world might be saved. What everyone worked so hard for was about to be realized. Everyone was nervous, worried that the Nether River Patriarch would fail. Although the tomb Immortal King was robbed by the Nether River, he did not hate the Nether River Patriarch. In fact, he was looking forward to the Nether River Patriarch's success. Suddenly, the tomb Immortal King raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of heaven and earth in surprise. "What's wrong?" Invincible East asked curiously. The tomb Immortal King had a strange look on his face. "Someone actually broke into my undying domain? They really don't know what's good for them." Invincible East also felt strange. Shaking his head, the tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice, "The Nether River world is being created now. There's no time to deal with it. After this battle, I want to see who's so bold to break into my dojo." Invincible East nodded. Indeed, the most important thing now was the Nether River world. The tomb Immortal King had a thief in his house. Everything else was a small matter. Great Benevolence World, Undying Domain. "How dare you! Metal Beast! Bastard!" The center of the Undying Domain was in chaos. Swords, sabers, iron, gold, and countless metals were flying in the sky. Rumble! All kinds of metals exploded, causing chaos in all directions. Boom! With a loud bang, a metal giant charged out. A group of tomb Immortal disciples chased after it angrily. The metal giant laughed in midair. "Ha! Everyone, there's no need to send me off." Boom! The metal giant carried countless metals and charged into the sea not far away. In an instant, it jumped into the sea and traveled rapidly. Following a metal mine. The metal giant disappeared in the blink of an eye. "How dare you! Shameless thief! Taking advantage of the absence of the family head and the clan elders, you ignorant thieves dare to steal from my undying weave? The return of the Patriarch will be the day of your death. You won't be able to escape. No one can save you." The group of Mu clan disciples roared out in anger. But unfortunately, no matter how angry they were, it was useless. The thief had already left. The thief slowly climbed out of the water in another territory. However, he no longer looked like a metal giant. Instead, he looked like Guzi. Dark Ghost Valley. Dark Ghost Guzi sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes for 2 hours. "Oh, what a Mun clan. You really have so many powerful secret techniques. My trip here was not in vain. So what if he offended the tomb Immortal King? I don't plan to be a spy anymore. When I return to Xianying, my martial nephew will protect me." Dark Guzi laughed. Dark Guzi's martial nephew was naturally Yen Chuan. At this moment, Dark Ghost Guzi twisted his head in satisfaction. Suddenly, Dark Guzi raised an eyebrow. "It's Guzi? Something happened to the Great Emperor?" Dark Ghost Guzi's face sank. At this moment, in the Great Qin City, Guzi looked up at the sky and communicated through their fate charts. "Something happened to the Great Emperor. Come back quickly. I need your help," Guzi said. In the Great Kindness World, Dark Ghost Guzi frowned and finally said, "I understand. I'll come back immediately." Great Qin City. Mr. Shadi. Guzi looked at Shadi. Please help me pick up someone. He's in the West Outer Continent at the Yellow Springs Road that leads to the Great Kindness World," Guzi said. "Oh, who is it?" Shadi was puzzled. "You'll know when you get there. Be quick," Guzi said solemnly. Shadi's cultivation was the strongest, so he was naturally the fastest. He could cross a territory in a single step. Guzi naturally asked Shadi to go. Shadi quickly headed toward the Great Kindness World. At this moment, the heroes of the Great Kindness World and the experts of the Mu clan were still waiting for the return of the Mu clan Immortal King. No one knew that their clan had been robbed. Swish. Soon, Shadi arrived at the Yellow Springs Road in the West Outer Continent. At this moment, Dark Ghost Guzi had already entered the West Outer Continent through the Yellow Springs Road. "Mr. Shadi, he's here," Dark Ghost Guzi called out. "Oh." Shadi was slightly startled. He finally understood why Gue Guzi had said so. Let's go back quickly, Dark Ghost Guzi said. Okay. Shadi nodded. Swish. The two of them quickly headed toward the Great Qin City. Great Qin City, in front of the central palace. The cypress tree soared into the sky and slowly rotated. The officials were unable to intervene at this moment, and their eyes were all filled with anxiety. Mister, what should we do now? Nether King asked worriedly. Don't worry. When Mr. Shadi returns, I'll enter the Great Emperor's mind and carefully observe his situation. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Enter the Great Emperor's mind? Nether King said in surprise. My fate is the same as the Great Emperor's. Therefore, if I want to, I can enter his mind. Gue Guzi said. Yes. Everyone could only wait. Soon, Shadi returned with Dark Ghost Guzi. When Dark Ghost Guzi returned, many people were shocked. Of course, many people knew about his relationship with Dark Ghost Guzi, so their expressions were normal. Cypress tree. Dark Ghost Guzi walked to the cypress tree as soon as he arrived. He gently touched it for a while. Teacher's aura has completely dissipated. Dark Ghost Guzi said bitterly. Dark, I'm not strong enough by myself. I need you to help me. Right now, the Great Emperor is unconscious and in great danger. I need you to help me enter the Great Emperor's mind and see if you can help him. Gue Guzi said solemnly. No, this person is dangerous to the Great Emperor. Back then, he attacked Xianyang and heavily injured the Violet Empress. An Imperial censor immediately jumped out. This person will harm the Great Emperor. We can't let him do as he pleases. Another Imperial censor cried out. Immediately, many Imperial censors cried out. After all, on the surface, Dark Ghost Guzi was Great Jin's enemy. This was the main reason why he had been able to trick Vice Lord Jiangchen. Shut up! Li Si suddenly shouted, stopping the officials. However, for the sake of Yan Chuan's safety, the Imperial censors still disagreed. The Great Emperor trusts Mr. ZZ was the first to speak. The Great Emperor trusts Mr. She cried out. The Great Emperor trusts Mr. The Great Emperor trusts Mr. Great Jin's Imperial censors spoke up to prove Dark Ghost Guzi's innocence. Dark Gue Guzi ignored the Imperial censors and walked up to Gue Guzi. Let's begin, Dark Ghost Guzi said. Gue Guzi nodded. One of them grabbed Yan Chuan's arm, then closed their eyes. Their palms released wisps of blue light as they entered Yan Chuan's mind. The Imperial censors anxiously waited. The moment the two Gue Guzi entered Yan Chuan's mind, they saw the situation of Yan Chuan's consciousness. In Yan Chuan's mind, they saw the situation of Yan Chuan's consciousness. The two Gue Guzi couldn't interfere with everything in Yan Chuan's consciousness, but they could sense the danger that Yan Chuan was in. Rumble. The vast chaos sea was extremely dense. It submerged Yan Chuan's consciousness in the deep sea. Yan Chuan tried his best to float to the surface, but the chaos sea was too deep. He swam for a long time, but he still couldn't reach the end. The strong sense of suffocation made Yan Chuan unable to hold on. However, the flames of hope around him stimulated Yan Chuan's consciousness again and again. Even though Yan Chuan's consciousness was drowsy, it woke Yan Chuan up again and again. With great difficulty, Yan Chuan slowly floated up. The two Gue Guzi looked at each other in Yan Chuan's mind. Shock flashed in their eyes. The chaos sea was the will of fate. The one floating up was Yan Chuan's consciousness. A weak figure in the vast sea, but even though it was weak, it was still fighting against the sea. With faith and the hope of the common people, Yan Chuan's consciousness floated up little by little. The two Gue Guzi were deeply shocked. In terms of breadth of mind, you and I are indeed not a match for this martial nephew. His breadth of mind encompasses the common people, but our breadth of mind has just broken away from personal grudges. Dark Gue Guzi said with a bitter smile. Gue Guzi nodded. Teacher once said that this grandson of his can inherit everything from him, and can bring the Bai clan to greater heights. He can work harder for the common people than teacher. Back then, I didn't believe it, but now it seems that teacher was right. Dark Gue Guzi said bitterly. Gui Guzi was silent for a while. The two of them couldn't help Yan Chuan. At this moment, Yan Chuan didn't need their help. The two of them just watched patiently and silently encouraged Yan Chuan in their hearts. In the square of the central palace, the other officials, the crown prince, and the queen were very anxious. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Under Yan Chuan's unremitting efforts, he finally reached the surface of the Chaos Sea. The two Gui Guzi opened their eyes wide and held their breaths. They felt a strong excitement in their hearts. Swoosh! A loud sound broke out of the sea. Yan Chuan's consciousness finally broke through the Chaos Sea and appeared on the surface of the sea. Ah, I knew it, I knew it. Yan Chuan laughed with a strong excitement. Boom! Yan Chuan's consciousness went out of the sea and suddenly burst out. The consciousness that was free rushed to his body and quickly seized control of his body. Buzz! The human Yan Chuan and the zombie Yan Chuan trembled almost at the same time. Yan Chuan's consciousness finally broke through the suppression of fate and broke out of the seal with a strong hope. Chapter 1567. In Wuji, the Nether River world was becoming more and more perfect. Gradually, the 3,000 heavenly Tao had condensed into a new world that was similar to the first world. Boom! In the Nether River world, a loud sound came from the Great Force Life chart. The Will-o'-the-Wisp's consciousness collapsed, but the Great Force Life chart's consciousness returned. Haha! Laughter came from the life chart. The Great Force Life chart instantly understood the cause and effect from the Will-o'-the-Wisp's shattered consciousness. There was a hint of excitement in the laughter. Even though he was controlled by the grave Immortal King previously, it could not stop him from being happy at this moment. Good. Nether River Patriarch, it's a blessing for all living beings to have you born in the later epoch. The birth of the Nether River world means that all living beings will be saved. I don't blame you for being used by you to perfect the world. Instead, I congratulate you. So what if my life chart is destroyed? At most, I'll ascend again. As long as your Nether River world is perfect, I'm willing to sleep for another epoch, 10 epochs, or even 100 epochs. Ha! The Great Force Life chart's voice was extremely hearty. At this moment, the Great Force Life chart was even more compatible with the new world. The power in the life chart quickly squeezed the final perfection of the Nether River world. Buzz! A red light slowly emerged from the Nether River world, followed by orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple light. Rays of light appeared in the Nether River world, and the vitality of the entire Nether River world became more and more abundant. Victory was in sight. Colorful light surged out, and a new world was about to be born. Not far from the Nether River world, there was a mighty Black River. In the Black River, 10,000 Nether River Patriarchs were fighting against fate. At this moment, Fate's fingernails turned into 10 long sabers. With a slash of the sabers, one of the Nether River clones instantly shattered. However, the Nether River clones seemed to be immortal here. They had just been destroyed, but in the blink of an eye, they were reborn under the condensation of the Black River. The endless Nether River clones were ferocious and invincible. Fate was surrounded in the center. The Avicii and Primordial Killer swords turned into 2 black dragons and charged at Fate. Roar! Fate roared angrily. The armor saber in his hand slashed. Screech! The 10 Nether River clones were instantly shattered, and the ferocious saber even made 5 slashes across the Black River. Walala! Soon, the new river water to the Nether River world nearby, the Nether River Patriarch's main body appeared anxious. Just now, he had fought against fate. He was at the peak of the 18th heaven, but in the face of fate he had still lost. Fate was too powerful. Now, he could only use his 4th and 10th divine abilities to trap fate here. The Nether River clones took turns to die. Behind him, Mingi could see that the world he had created was about to be completed. It'll be done soon. Mingi's heart was filled with nervousness. He had to drag it out until it was completed. Roar! Fate instinctively roared and spat out 2 zombie fangs. Suddenly it stopped. Rumble! Heavy blows slammed into his body again and again, but his invincible fleshly body ensured that he was completely unharmed. He stared off into the distance, as if he could see through the Black River and into the underworld. The new world is about to be completed? 16-colored light erupted. 16 colors? Roar! Fate roared out in rage. At this moment, Fate no longer wanted to play with these ants. He had to destroy that world. Under the loud roar, the ferocious aura of the 19th heaven erupted. The ferocious aura forced the surrounding water away. Not good. Nether River Great Tao, 10,000 in suppression. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. All the clones quickly separated and activated the Black River together. Suddenly, a rolling force rushed toward Fate. Boom! The huge Black River instantly shrank countless times and turned into the sturdiest crystal. Endless power restrained Fate. Fate's face was ferocious, and his nails immediately retracted. He stretched out a fist with a ferocious aura and heavily struck the crystallized Black River. Boom! The huge force was ferocious, and the super heavy blow instantly shattered the Black River crystal. With one punch, 10,000 Nether River clones were all sent flying. Roar! One punch to break 10,000 laws. Fate had found a way to use his body. The Black River exploded and Fate was freed. He quickly stepped toward the underworld. The powerhouses in the distance were suddenly worried. Was it over? No, it was still a little bit away. At this moment, the underworld had already bloomed 17 colors. The Nether River Patriarch was naturally more anxious. Previously in the Black River, his clones could be immortal. But now that the Black River was destroyed, they would lose this advantage. But with his current fate, would he be able to resist it? No, I can't let you destroy my world. The Nether River Patriarch's face was ferocious. Whoosh! The Nether River Patriarch stepped at the front. Behind him, 10,000 clones quickly formed a pyramid shape and stuck to the back of the person in front. The 10,000 clones poured all their power into the main body. The 10,000 Nether River clones merged into one. Above the 18 colors on the Nether River Patriarch's body, the 19th color vaguely appeared. The 19th color was faintly discernible. The Nether River Patriarch's power rose to the peak. Fate, take my last punch, the Nether River Patriarch roared with a determined look. A loud roar caused Fate to pay attention to him. The zombie's body trembled slightly, as if it was filled with great anger. Roar! With a loud roar, Fate threw out a punch. Around Fate, 19 colors shot into the sky. At this moment, Nether River's body was also covered in 19 colors, but the last color was faintly discernible. No matter how strong Nether River was now, this punch carried almost all of his hopes. The world behind him was about to be completed. If he couldn't resist Fate, all his efforts would be in vain. Break! Nether River roared. 10,000 Nether River clones attacked together, crashing into the invincible Fate. Boom! Under the huge impact, where the two fists collided, endless power spewed out, and a rolling magnetic field exploded in all directions. Rumble! The two fists collided, and for a moment, they were in a stalemate. In the distance, the peerless powerhouses who were watching the battle felt their hearts in their mouths. Nether River's face was ferocious, and Fate's face was fierce. Neither of them gave in, and they persisted for 10 breaths. Boom! The Nether River clones at the outermost layer exploded. Bam, 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 bam. One after another, the Nether River clones exploded quickly. In the end, Mingi's strongest attack was not as strong as Fate. Fate was too strong. Boom! Under the super explosion, all the Nether River clones exploded instantly. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, only Nether River was left. His entire body was covered in blood, and all his tendons and veins had exploded. Boom! Nether River, who was covered in blood, instantly crashed into the outer wall of the new world. The outer wall shook, and Nether River's body seemed to fall apart. He was completely defeated. All his efforts were in vain? At this moment, Nether River was so injured that his entire body was about to shatter. It was difficult for him to even move. Fate's footsteps did not stop, and it was still moving forward. Buzz! The Nether River world behind him suddenly emitted an 18-colored light. 18 colors. When the world is born with one more color, it will be completely alive. There's only one more color left. Nether River said in despair. At this moment, Nether River's great Tao had collapsed, and his 10,000 clones had all collapsed. He was so seriously injured that he could not move at all. He could not stop Fate's footsteps at all. Was it over? Was everything over? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I don't want to, I don't want to. Nether River cried in despair. There was only a little bit left. Why couldn't he drag it out a little longer? Fate approached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the entire world, it suddenly stretched out its fist again, ready to destroy the entire Nether River world with one punch. Fate did not allow such a world to be born. It must be destroyed. It must be destroyed. The billowing aura surged. Even Nether River Patriarch, who was not far away, was about to be sent flying. However, Nether River still stood in front of the world with difficulty. Nether River looked desperate. Had he failed? Completely defeated? With despair and unwillingness, Nether River showed a bitter smile. Nether River faced the fist and was ready to die with his world. This was his everything. His hope, his countless years of planning. Even if it was destroyed, he would accompany it. After a moment of bitterness, Nether River showed a smile of relief. That fist was about to hit him. Perhaps, with this relief, I won't be so tired. Nether River finally said with a smile. Boom. The fist approached, but with a vast fist aura, it stopped in front of Nether River and did not continue to hit. In the distance, the group of powerhouses was slightly stunned. Even Mingi, who was already waiting for his death, was at a loss. Why did Fate stop? Did Fate find its conscience? Impossible. It did not have a conscience at all. But why did it stop? Buzz. Fate suddenly trembled. Fate was fixed there, and 19 colors of light appeared around him. His face suddenly looked ferocious, and then ferocious, as if two consciousnesses were fighting for something. At that moment, Yen Chuan's consciousness rushed through the sea of chaos of Fate, trying to regain control of the body. It seems unrealistic to seize two bodies at the same time. Then let's focus on the zombie body. Yen Chuan's voice was heard. Rumble. The zombie body suddenly trembled violently. How dare you? Fate roared. The zombie body desperately twisted its body. Gradually, the skin on the left side of the zombie body's neck suddenly tore open. Rumble. With a tearing sound, another head quickly popped out from the left side of the neck. The zombie body had two heads in an instant. Phew. The new head let out a long breath, and there was a strong excitement in its eyes. The other head looked fierce, but it quickly looked at the Nether River world in front of it. Again, it punched the Nether River world with its right fist. Don't even think about it. Yen Chuan shouted angrily from the left head, and his left hand suddenly punched the right fist. Boom! The left hand and the right fist collided with each other, preventing the destruction this time. The left hand and the right hand are fighting? On the opposite side, Nether River, who was in despair, widened his eyes. Yen Chuan, Yen Chuan? Nether River said in disbelief. Not only Nether River, but the group of peerless powerhouses in the distance were also shocked. How is it possible? Yen Chuan resisted the will of Fate? Yen Chuan broke out of the suppression of Fate? He resisted Fate. The group of powerhouses was instantly in an uproar. They were boiling because of this unbelievable scene. The weak Yen Chuan actually resisted the will of Fate. Chapter 1568. The weak Yen Chuan had stopped Fate? Even if it was a simple disturbance, it was still incredible. Moreover, he had awakened under the suppression of Fate. Jiangxin hadn't been able to do it back then. How did Yen Chuan do it? Asked the Lotus Goddess in shock. It wasn't just the Lotus Goddess who was shocked. Everyone present was shocked. In the distance, the Nether River Patriarch was even more shocked. He'd been in despair, but now he was in the clear? Yen Chuan? The Yen Chuan he didn't think highly of? Speaking of which, in the Nether River Patriarch's eyes, Yen Chuan really wasn't that great. Most importantly, Yen Chuan's foundation was too shallow. It didn't come from bloodline inheritances, but from his own foundation. Yan Xuan's triumphant journey had come from powerful inheritances, such as Bai Wang's cypress tree, Kong Huangtian's peacock, the Blood Sea inheritance, and Jiangshan's Jiangshan body. These were the strongest things that had accompanied Yan Xuan all this time. In the Nether River Patriarch's eyes, anyone else could have triumphed all the way. It was someone else's foundation that had just been inherited. How could the Nether River Patriarch think highly of them? But now, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly realized that he'd misjudged Yi Futian. Yan Xuan had inherited many things, but each opponent he faced was stronger than the last. He couldn't have reached this step with just his foundation. The only thing that the Nether River Patriarch admired was the world's subduing bronze coffin. But now, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly realized that the world's subduing bronze coffin was Yan Xuan's true foundation. It was a foundation that no one could compare to. Cough, I understand now. I understand now. Yan Xuan, I underestimated you. It's not that you don't have a foundation, but that you have a stronger foundation than anyone else. Hope for the common people? When heroes like us face fate, almost all of us are determined to die. Our hearts are duty-bound to die. We cut off all means of retreat and force ourselves forward. But you're different. You have hope in your heart. Hope for the great harmony of the world. You believe that the common people will be saved. You persevere in this hope. You were led by hope, but we forced ourselves to do so. That's your foundation. That's why you've become what you are today. Our various divine powers are just tools on your journey. You're the one with the greatest foundation. Ancestor Nether River instantly raised Yan Xuan's status in his heart. In the distance, there were two identical heads on Yan Xuan's zombie body. One was Yan Xuan's will, and the other was Fate's will that was not fully awakened. The two heads roared. Fate was about to attack the new world again. However, Yan Xuan quickly moved to stop him. If Yan Xuan was in another body, it would be extremely difficult to stop it. After all, even the Nether River Patriarch was no match for Fate. How could Yan Xuan, who was only at the 17th heaven, resist Fate? But now, Yan Xuan blocked it, because Yan Xuan and Fate were one. Time and time again, he had destroyed the good things of Fate. Fate roared angrily. However, Fate was more concerned about the birth of the new world. Using a powerful force to suppress Yan Xuan, he pounced on the new world again. However, since Yan Xuan had mastered the power of his physical body, he naturally wouldn't let Fate succeed so easily. Boom. He suddenly punched himself in the face of self-abuse. Boom. He was sent flying again. In Wuji, a group of peerless experts widened their eyes as they watched the battle between Yan Xuan and Fate. Two people, no, a two-headed person was fighting themselves. It was extremely chaotic. Of course, everyone knew the reason for this. Everyone was shocked by Yan Xuan. A battle between will and fate? This Yan Xuan can be considered the first. Invincible East said in a deep voice. Fate is now focused on destroying the new world and didn't think of destroying Yan Xuan first. That's why Yan Xuan succeeded. Tomb Immortal King said with slight jealousy. Isn't that better? Invincible East smiled. Tomb Immortal King nodded. In the distance, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes were filled with gratitude. Just as Yan Xuan and Fate were fighting in the distance, behind Nether River, a dazzling 19-colored light suddenly burst out from the new world. Once the 19-colored light appeared, it instantly scattered across Wuji. It even shot into the first world. The entire new world was instantly filled with auspicious chi and countless auspicious clouds. A vigorous vitality was released, and the terrifying vitality exuded an extremely majestic aura. In the distance, Fate suddenly paused in the battle. Yan Xuan also paused and looked at the new world glowing with 19-colored light. A new world like the first world was finally born? It's alive? Nether River Patriarch's voice was trembling. Did it work? Lotus Goddess couldn't help but yell. Did it work? Tomb Immortal King and Invincible East were also excited. A new world was born? A new world that was free from Fate's control? This world didn't need to rely on the first world. and could live perfectly within Wuji. Were all lives saved? Almost everyone was suddenly excited. The birth of a new world instantly gave birth to boundless virtues that rushed into the Nether River Patriarch's body. The endless energy of the new world was rapidly surging into the Nether River Patriarch's body. The Nether River Patriarch naturally enjoyed the greatest blessings of this world since he had created it. Rumble. The Nether River Patriarch's injuries were recovering at an extremely rapid rate. As the energy of the new world surged, the Nether River Patriarch's body was emanating more and more power. Ha! The Nether River Patriarch laughed excitedly. Success. After years of hard work, he had finally succeeded. This was the happiest moment of his life. For this world, the Nether River Patriarch had gone through too much and had almost failed many times before. However, it was a good thing that he got through without mishap, and he even had Yen Chuan's help twice, first to help the Crow Gold Nest, and second to help Huohuo mess up Fate. As for Yen Chuan being destroyed by Fate's parasite, the Nether River Patriarch didn't blame him, because even if it wasn't Yen Chuan, Fate would still have other ways to appear. Moreover, Fate would recover even more by then, and he would have even less chance of succeeding. Everything was satisfied, and Yen Chuan would be the greatest contributor to the creation of the new world. Just as the Nether River Patriarch was feeling grateful, a loud roar suddenly came from afar. It was the roar of Fate. This time, Fate didn't ignore Yen Chuan, but specifically targeted Yen Chuan. It reached out its right hand and pointed viciously. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of chains seemed to appear and quickly locked Yen Chuan's head, just like the seals used by the great lords of Qi and Deci in the past. The seal from Fate quickly sealed Yen Chuan's head. Yen Chuan's eyes widened, and he suddenly couldn't move. Then, Fate's eyes focused, and 19-colored light lingered as it looked coldly at the new world in the distance. Roar! With a ferocious roar, Fate was still unwilling. It wanted to destroy this newly born world. Even if this world was already alive, Fate still wanted to destroy it. In the distance, the Nether River Patriarch sneered. The new world has been born, and I'm the master of the new world. In other words, I'm the fate of this new world. Hee hee, you still want to destroy it? Come on, let's see how you can destroy it. The Nether River Patriarch's injuries had just been repaired by the new world. At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch had his back against the new world, and was connected to it. He released his aura, and 18-colored light instantly shrouded him. The new world suddenly spewed endless energy into the Nether River Patriarch's body. 19-colored light instantly appeared outside the Nether River Patriarch's body. It wasn't faintly discernible when 10,000 clones were working together, but now it was a solid 19-colored light. The Nether River Patriarch had mobilized the power of the new world, and in terms of strength alone, it was a solid 19-fold heaven. Stepping on Wuji, the Nether River Patriarch once again showed his soaring arrogance, and was no longer afraid of Fate's attack. Fate was extremely fast, and arrived in front of him in an instant. It was still the same powerful punch from before. Boom! The Nether River Patriarch's punch collided. The power of two 19-fold heavens collided, and in an instant, both of them took a step back. But this time, the Nether River Patriarch had truly blocked Fate's heavy blow. Ha! Your power is no longer useful. The Nether River Patriarch said excitedly. This feeling of subversion was really too good. The power of 19-fold heavens? That's the power of 19-fold heavens? Although his cultivation base wasn't there, his strength had reached it by borrowing the power of a world. After blocking Fate's heavy blow with one punch, the Nether River Patriarch was in high spirits, and looked at Fate again. In the distance, the group of peerless elites also showed a look of shock. The power of 19-fold heavens? Invincible East said seriously. 19-fold heavens? The grave Immortal King's face was also gloomy. The right half of his body was also 19-fold heavens, but the left half was a burden, so his 19-fold heavens was still very weak. Now, the Nether River Patriarch had reached it? He could block Fate and save the people. Had the Nether River Patriarch fulfilled the long-cherished wish of the heroes of the world? First world, Great Qin City, in front of the central palace. The two Gray Guzi entered Yan Chuan's mind and saw everything that Yan Chuan had experienced. Buzz. The two of them let go and retreated from Yan Chuan's mind. How is it? Mr., how is it now? Mr., how is the emperor? Everyone asked anxiously. But the two Gray Guzi had a complicated expression. Mr., tell us. The Nether King said anxiously. Gray Guzi sighed softly and told everyone everything that he had seen. At first, everyone was wild with joy. The emperor had broken free from fate's suppression. But then, Gray Guzi began to talk about everything in Wuji. Dark Gray Guzi stepped forward again and walked around the cypress tree. He placed one hand on the cypress tree and slowly circled it, as if he was feeling and clinging to the cypress tree. As he circled it, he sighed. Teacher, is this fate? Dark Gray Guzi sighed bitterly as he circled the cypress tree. On the other side, what? Father has been targeted by fate? The Nether King suddenly quivered. The surrounding officials who heard Gray Guzi's narration felt a chill in their hearts. Was there a need to ask the outcome if he was targeted by fate? Fate would not give up until it achieved its goal. Even though the Nether River Patriarch's new world had been born, was Yan Chuan going to become a sacrifice? If fate did not succeed, it would vent its anger on Yan Chuan. Now, fate had parasitized Yan Chuan and was angered by Yan Chuan. Fate would definitely destroy Yan Chuan. Destroy? Everyone was anxious. Gray Guzi also sat on the ground and fell into a deep dilemma. Gray Guzi fell into a dilemma. Meanwhile, Dark Gray Guzi returned after circling the cypress tree. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Gray Guzi, perhaps this is fate. Let us help Marshal Nephew. Dark Gray Guzi suddenly said with a serious expression. Gray Guzi looked at Dark Gray Guzi in surprise. One had to know that Dark Gray Guzi was born because he hated Yan Chuan. Now, he was the one who proposed to help Yan Chuan? Revealing a bitter smile, Dark Guzi sighed and said, I'm not doing this for my martial nephew, but to repay teacher. Without teacher, there would be no us. Teacher's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain, so we must avenge teacher. Avenge teacher? Gray Guzi's expression darkened. Dark Gray Guzi's expression also became ferocious. Yes, you saw it too. Yan Chuan could do it, and he can do it again in the future. The Nether River Patriarch definitely cannot kill fate, but Yan Chuan can. He definitely can. I must save Yan Chuan. Only Yan Chuan can avenge teacher. How? I just robbed the Mubu clan patriarch. The Mubu clan has a secret technique that allows people with the same fate to exchange lives. Dark Gray Guzi's expression was ferocious. Exchange lives? Chapter 1569. Life Swap. It's really fate. I was planning to take advantage of the chaos and steal the Mu clan's secret technique. While the Mu clan's experts were not around, I went straight to the Mu clan's ancestral home and succeeded easily. Mu clan's attainments in the Yin-Yang reincarnation Dao are great. Even if I return to Great Gen in the future, I can continue to strengthen myself. Dark Guzi smiled bitterly. Originally, it was fine even if Yan Chuan was targeted by fate because he was already at the 17th heavenly layer. Even if he was destroyed, he would only ascend. Nether River Old Ancestor's new world would be born. One day, Yan Chuan would wake up. But I found this life swap in the Mu clan's ancestral home, and I have to face it immediately. Dark Guzi said bitterly. The Empress, Crown Prince, and other officials all had complicated expressions. To save the great emperor, Guzi would be destroyed. But Guzi could not ascend, and would be destroyed in both body and soul. But to not save? Could they not save? Everyone's eyes flashed with anticipation, but no one said anything. Guzi also smiled bitterly. Dark Guzi circled around Yan Chuan and looked at the giant cypress tree. In the end, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Swap. Guzi looked at the darkness clone. Who knows what will happen in the future? If Yan Chuan were to ascend, who knows how long it would take? Whether or not I can take revenge by then is another matter. But now, Yen Chuan can resist the will of fate. I believe in this martial nephew. Dark Gigu Zi said solemnly. Gigu Zi took a deep breath. I was born from your resentment. If I'm not afraid of death, what are you afraid of? Your life was given by martial nephew's grandfather, Bai Huang. Without Bai Huang, you would have died long ago. Your life was given by martial nephew's parents. If Bai Yi did not save you, would Ruoyun have died? You are alive because of Ruoyun's death. Now, Ruoyun's son is in front of you. Have you forgotten what happened in the past? Ruoyun died because of you. Bai Yi was exhausted because of Ruoyun's death. Bai Yi and Ruoyun died because of you. Dark Gigu Zi said solemnly. Teacher? Ruoyun? Bai Yi? A pained expression appeared on Gue Guzi's face. He sucked in another deep breath before looking at his dark avatar. He nodded and said, let's begin. All right. Dark Gue Guzi nodded. This is the life-changing art. Dark Gue Guzi pointed at Gue Guzi's forehead. Immediately, the life-exchanging grand magic was transmitted into Gue Guzi's mind. The two of them quickly familiarized themselves with the great life exchange technique and prepared to perform the final life exchange according to the method. The two of them quickly drew special runes all around them, making it seem like a major ceremony. On the other hand, the Empress, Crown Prince, and officials of Great Jin retreated one after another. He retreated to a distance and watched the two Gue Guzi's actions. The Shah Di stood aside and exclaimed. The Punishment King, Fu Su, suddenly solemnly bowed towards the two Gue Guzi. As if it was contagious, the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the courtiers all bowed to the two Guzi. It was not the usual etiquette between superiors and subordinates, but the etiquette used when facing Yen Chuan. The entire central palace square was extremely solemn. In Wuji, fate had sealed Yen Chuan's head. At this moment, without Yen Chuan's interference, fate was fighting Mingi's new world with all his might. With the help of the new world, Mingi was in high spirits. With the power of the 19 levels of heaven, he actually managed to shake fate away. This was the first time. Although they were evenly matched, Mingi could still feel the boundless power of the battle. Haha. Mingi laughed happily. In the distance, the peerless experts were also slightly excited, but they still watched patiently. Fate was pushed back by a single strike, as if it was enraged. He took a step forward and punched again. 19 colored lights spewed out and rushed towards the Nether Patriarch. The Nether Patriarch mobilized the power of one realm and punched with all his might. Boom! Once again, it was a fierce and heavy blow. Under the heavy blow, Mingi took another step back. Fate also took a step back. However, Mingi's face darkened. Was fate twice as powerful as before? Before Mingi could think, fate punched again. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely again. Mingi took another step back, and the entire new world shook violently. How could it be? It doubled again? Mingi was surprised. The fist of fate punched out again. Boom! The fists collided, and the huge impact shook the new world violently again. It doubled again? The Nether Patriarch's face changed drastically. How could this be? It had already reached 8 times as powerful as before. Wasn't fate at the 19 levels of heaven? It was the same for him. How could this be? Fate punched again. Boom! The new world suddenly shook violently. For a moment, countless volcanoes erupted in the new world. It was like a newborn baby that could not withstand the heavy punch of an adult. Even the Nether Patriarch was sent flying by the impact of 16 times the power. After flying for 100 miles, he quickly stabilized himself and looked at fate in the distance with a shocked expression. The peerless experts in the distance also changed their expressions. Fate's consciousness has awakened? Zhong Shan said solemnly. This is not fate's limit? Dongfang Bubi's face darkened. Fate! The grave Immortal King's face darkened. In the distance, fate punched at Mingi again. Boom! The two fists collided, and Mingi was instantly sent flying into the new world, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Coughing blood, the Nether Patriarch flew out. 32 times the power? 32 times? Fate punched at the new world again. No! Mingi pounced in horror. Boom! Under the fierce attack, the entire world shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. The Nether Patriarch was naturally sent deep into the ground again. Covered in blood, the Nether Patriarch flew out again. Walala! Blood rained down from the new world as if it was lamenting its fate that was about to be destroyed as soon as it was born. 64 times? Hee cough cough. Mingi said bitterly as he coughed blood. The new world was about to be destroyed? Fate would not stop until the new world was destroyed? Was his creation going to be wasted in the end? Boom! Fate punched Mingi again, and a huge shockwave rushed into the world. Boom! Crack! The whole new world suddenly seemed to be torn apart. No! Mingi cried out sadly, but he still rushed forward. 128 times the power. 128 times the power. The whole world was about to collapse. Fate was too strong. It was too strong. At this moment, fate punched again. The Nether Patriarch revealed a bitter look. 3,000 heavenly Tao under my command. Create together. The Nether Patriarch wailed. The power of the 3,000 heavenly Tao in the new world suddenly burst out with a dazzling brilliance. The rolling power rushed toward the Nether Patriarch. The Nether Patriarch met the punch with a tragic thought. The 19 colors of fate illuminated everything. The underworld river carried a resolute fierceness as it struck forward. Boom! The two fists collided, and a huge force rushed toward the back of Mingi. Boom! The 3,000 heavenly Tao collapsed, and the new world exploded into pieces. The Nether Patriarch's body was also exploding rapidly. Just as the Nether Patriarch was in despair, his eyes suddenly focused. The Nether Patriarch looked at the 19 colors of Fate's fist. There seemed to be something in the depths of the 19 colors. How could it be? Mingi widened his eyes and roared in shock. Boom! The new world instantly collapsed. The fate of the Great Force Supremacy also collapsed. The Nether Patriarch also collapsed. Everything collapsed, and the whole Wuji fell into an endless ball of energy. The rolling power suddenly flowed out again and rushed toward the first world. It's over! The Lotus Goddess in the distance was stunned. The Nether Patriarch still lost. Sighed. Invincible East sighed slightly. Fate! The grave Immortal King said with a gloomy face. Fate was too strong. How could he resist the power of 256 times? Everyone fell silent. The original New World was now a pile of ruins. Everything was destroyed, and Fate's consciousness did not pay attention to it. At this moment, Fate shook its head and turned to look at the other head beside it, at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan instantly became a thorn in Fate's side. No one could go against Fate's will. No one could resist Fate's will, and Yen Chuan could. A murderous intent flashed in Fate's eyes. Roar! Yen Chuan's head suddenly let out a loud roar as it broke free from the seal of Fate in an instant. Boom! Yen Chuan smashed Fate's head as if he was torturing himself. Roar! Fate was furious. Immediately, Yen Chuan and Fate fought. It was chaos. Neither of them gave in. Rumble! The battle in Wuji did not stop. Not far away, a black river appeared in a pair of ruins. The black river slowly condensed into the shape of the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch came to life again. However, his face and body were full of cracks. It was as if there were ravines all over his body. The Nether River Patriarch looked at the pair of ruins and smiled bitterly. He reached out and grabbed, and a small transparent water droplet appeared in the center of the ruins. The water droplet looked like a miniature version of the New World from before. Ha! The Nether River Patriarch smiled bitterly and turned to look at Yen Chuan, who was fighting in the distance. Master, the Nether River Patriarch is alive again? But his body is full of cracks. It seems that his fate is broken? Lotus Goddess frowned. His fate is broken? Everyone looked at Nether River with a slightly shocked expression. If it were anyone else, their body and soul would have been destroyed. However, I believe that Nether River can repair his broken fate. It's just a matter of time. Grave Immortal King said in a deep voice. Even if he failed this time, the Nether River Patriarch has proved that he was right. Unfortunately, fate is too strong. Dongfang Booby sighed softly. In the distance, Yen Chuan was still no match for fate. Boom. Once again, Yen Chuan was frozen. With a strong sense of unwillingness, Yen Chuan stared at fate. Fate's 19-colored eyes stared at Yen Chuan. Those who defy me will die, fate said coldly. Yen Chuan smiled bitterly. Was he still no match for fate? He had broken free from its consciousness suppression, but he was still far from it. Fate's eyes were filled with killing intent. He reached out as if to destroy Yen Chuan. Suddenly, a yellow light shrouded Yen Chuan's body. Life-changing technique? Grave Immortal King's expression changed. Chapter 1570. Great Qin City, Central Palace Square. The Empress and the Crown Prince stood on the periphery with the officials. In the center, Gigu Zi had already drawn countless runes on the ground. As soon as he activated them, the rune formation immediately shot out a dazzling golden light, slowly floating Yen Chuan in the center. The sky is the grave, the earth is the grave, and life is in the sky. Gigu Zi shouted. Buzz! A black and white crystal phantom suddenly appeared outside Yen Chuan's body. At a glance, almost everyone's heart palpitated. On the periphery of the black and white crystal, there was a 19-colored light attached to it. The 19-colored light seemed to be suppressing the black and white crystal. The Great Emperor's birth chart? Is that the entanglement of fate? Immediately, the officials began to whisper among themselves. Zi, kowtow to the Great Emperor. I'm willing to die and become the Great Emperor. The two Gigu Zi bowed respectfully to Yen Chuan for the last time with tears in their eyes. Then, the two of them closed their eyes, and a phantom crystal phantom quickly appeared outside their bodies. It was exactly the same as Yen Chuan's, black and white. The two of them were exactly the same. The two Gigu Zi gradually sat cross-legged. Their birth charts moved toward Yen Chuan's birth chart. They quickly approached. They crashed into Yen Chuan's birth chart. In an instant, they knocked away Yen Chuan's birth chart and replaced it. Buzz! The surrounding void suddenly trembled. Yen Chuan's birth chart instantly entered Yen Chuan's body, and everything returned to normal. At this moment, a huge will suddenly rush toward the two Gigu Zi. Boom! The two Gigu Zi instantly rushed into the sky. Suddenly, another head grew out of the dark Gigu Zi's head. The new head roared at the original head. Gigu Zi used his own life to exchange for Yen Chuan's life, transferring the danger to himself. At this time, Yen Chuan suddenly quivered and suddenly woke up. No matter if it was the zombie Yen Chuan in the Limitless or the human Yen Chuan lying down. The cypress tree suddenly disappeared. Yen Chuan in human form suddenly stood up. Husband, are you all right? Zi quickly went up to him. Father! Congratulations, Great Emperor! A group of people quickly gathered around. Yen Chuan, on the other hand, looked around blankly. Just now, fate was about to kill him. Why did it suddenly become fine? He lowered his head and saw a huge array. When he looked up, he immediately saw the two Gigu Zi in the sky. Rumble! The two Gigu Zi's bodies trembled as they revealed a pained expression. Father, Mr. used the life-exchanging technique to exchange all the karma of fate. The Nether King explained immediately. Life-exchanging great art? Yen Chuan's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. Those who defy me shall die. Fate shouted. Boom! Boom! The two Gigu Zi's bodies suddenly exploded in the sky. A large area of the void exploded, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Mr. Yen Chuan cried out in grief. Kid Master asked me to teach you. Learn from me in the future. This is the bitter sea frost. Take it and refine it well. Little Bai, what happened to you? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I will avenge you. If you establish a country, I will do my best to help. You are Master's grandson. If only one of us can live, I will die for you. Your Majesty, I will do my best. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Sage King, Sky Emperor. Great Emperor! Gui Guzi's voice and appearance seemed to fill Yan Chuan's mind in an instant. Since young, other than Bai Huang, Gui Guzi had watched him grow up. He taught him countless things and helped him with all his strength. Even if he had complaints, he had cut off his dark doppelganger, sealed his own darkness, and continued to help Yan Chuan. But now, he had to bear the destruction of his fate for him. For a moment, Yan Chuan's heart was filled with pain. In the direction of Gui Guzi's destruction. Uncle Master, Bai Yi kowtows to you again. Yan Chuan kowtowed with tears in his eyes. In Dajin, the one who was closest to Yan Chuan was not the empresses or the crown princes, but Gui Guzi, who had sacrificed himself for him. Yan Chuan kowtowed to Gui Guzi. Behind him, except for the Shah Di, almost all the officials followed suit. If only I could not grow up. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly with tears in his eyes. My husband, Mr. has left. Don't be sad. She came forward and said softly. Father, my condolences. Fu Su also came forward and said. Great Emperor, my condolences. The officials said solemnly. Yan Chuan stared blankly at the shattered space in the sky. In the end, he sighed deeply. Mister, I understand your dying wish, I will do it. My grandfather's death is irreconcilable, your death is irreconcilable as well. Bai Yi is weak now, but one day he will become extremely strong. I will do even better and avenge you. Yan Chuan gritted his teeth and swore. Li Si. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. Send off Mr. in mourning clothes. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, your majesty. The mourning clothes meant that all the people in the world wore white mourning clothes to send Gui Guzi off. At this moment, no one refuted Yan Chuan. Gui Guzi had died for Yan Chuan. He deserved this. Great Emperor, do you want a cenotaph for Mr.? Li Si asked. Yes, save it for later. Mr.'s cenotaph can be placed in the Bai clan's ancestral hall, next to Bai Huang. I will go there personally. Yan Chuan said. Li Si answered. In Wuji, Gui Guzi used the life-changing technique. Zombie Yan Chuan, who was about to be killed by fate, was suddenly covered in yellow light. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, fate's head suddenly disappeared. In an instant, fate disappeared from Yan Chuan's body. Zombie Yan Chuan shivered, looking as if he had just survived a disaster. His body instantly understood why. Mr. Zombie Yan Chuan suddenly exclaimed. However, the group of peerless experts was confused. What's wrong? Where's fate? Fate's aura is gone? It's no longer with Yan Chuan? Lotus Goddess said in shock. I feel like it's between heaven and earth? Invincible East suddenly turned to look at heaven and earth. Life-changing technique? Two Immortal King's face darkened. Soon, the group of peerless experts rushed into heaven and earth. Something big must have happened when fate's aura reached heaven and earth. Only zombie Yan Chuan stood there in a daze, tears in his eyes and bitterness. Mr. Yan Chuan wailed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Yan Chuan. It was the Nether River Patriarch. Yan Chuan, good move. You can even break through fate's suppression? The Nether River Patriarch praised. The Nether River Patriarch's body was covered in cracks and his fate was shattered. Even so, he was still standing in Wuji with ease. Yan Chuan was in a terrible mood and had no time to brush off the Nether River Patriarch. Nether River Old Ancestor, even though your fate chart is shattered, you'll be able to recover as long as you have time. I'm not in a good mood right now, I'll talk to you another day. Zombie Yan Chuan shook his head. The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly, but there was great bitterness in his smile. I've lost and I've lost completely. My idea was good, but I skipped over fate, and that's my biggest mistake. However, I understood a lot at that moment. Yan Chuan, let me fulfill your wish today. The Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. Yan Chuan was slightly taken aback. Boom. Black chi suddenly surged out of the Nether River Patriarch's body, and a black river behind him rushed towards Yan Chuan like a raging river, rushing towards Yan Chuan's body. Rumble! Boundless power surged into Yan Chuan's body. What are you doing, Nether River Patriarch? Yen Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Yen Chuan didn't resist because it didn't hurt him. Instead, the Nether River's power seemed to be improving him. It's not easy to improve the body of a general. I'll use my fate and my will to help you break through to the 18th level. The Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. What? Yen Chuan was puzzled. Why? Yen Chuan, I'm not letting you use my power for you, but for the common people. The Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. I don't understand. We've all underestimated fate. I've underestimated him. He's not what you think. The 4 realms are about to merge. Even if I'm fully recovered, I'm still no match for fate. You're different, Yen Chuan. You have something we don't. Therefore, I'll give you my all. You can fight fate, and you've succeeded in your first attempt. Therefore, I'll fulfill your wish. Rumble! Rolling power surged into Yen Chuan's body. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the Nether River Patriarch's face. But if you fulfill my wish, you'll be destroyed. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Isn't it just ascension? As long as the Nether River and the Blood Sea don't disappear, I'll wake up again one day. Yen Chuan, you carry my hope. You must succeed. You must. The Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. Boom. Rolling power surged into Yen Chuan's body. Under the powerful confinement of the Nether River Patriarch, Yen Chuan couldn't even move. A new world was born and destroyed. However, I've perfected the world heart. Now, I'll seal it between your eyebrows. I hope I can wake up again. The Nether River Patriarch said solemnly. Then, the drop of liquid in his palm dripped into Yen Chuan's forehead. That drop of liquid seemed to have the outline of the new world. It instantly drilled into Yen Chuan's body. The Nether River Patriarch's robe was the first to immortalize. Rolling power continued to surge into Yen Chuan's body. I hope that when I wake up again, fate is gone. Everyone can live like dragons. The Nether River Patriarch said the last sentence with a smile. Buzz. All the power of the Nether River Patriarch's birth chart surged into Yen Chuan's body. His entire body slowly faded away, gradually turning into a cloud of smoke and dissipating in the infinite. Rumble. Rolling power surged in Yen Chuan's body. Yen Chuan gradually closed his eyes and absorbed the last gift from the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch's will and the power of his birth chart had all become supplements for Yen Chuan's body. In the infinite, Yen Chuan sat there for 18 days. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from Yen Chuan's body. Boom! An 18-colored fog of light surged out from the surface of Yen Chuan's body. 18 heavens? Yen Chuan opened his eyes. 2 18-colored lights shot out from his eyes. His gaze was sharp and murderous. Chapter 1571. The moment Nether River Patriarch's new world was smashed by fate, endless luck flowed rapidly into the first world. Rumble! The luck entered the ground and quickly covered both the Yin and Yang worlds, quickly gathering the dragon veins that had been sucked away from the ground. At the same time, the luck seemed to retain its memories of the past and returned to where it came from. A group of peerless experts sensed that fate had entered the world and quickly entered the world and looked at the sky above the great Qin city. Gui Guzi? Lotus deity was surprised. Life-exchanging art. Gui Guzi used his life to exchange for Yen Chuan's life? He died in place of Yen Chuan? Grave Immortal King was shocked. Their fate is the same. Only a part of fate's consciousness has awakened. It only recognizes one fate and does not care about anything else. How could these two have the same fate and hide from fate? Only one can live if they have the same fate. I thought that Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi would fight. Who would have thought that Gui Guzi would be so righteous? Everyone sighed. Boom, boom. The 2 Gui Guzis exploded. At the entrance of the central palace, Yen Chuan's emotions were intense. The group of peerless experts was silent. This time, Gui Guzi replaced Yen Chuan. What will happen next time? Invincible East sighed softly. With fate gone, Invincible East sighed in regret and left with Lotus deity. Grave Immortal King looked at them and also left. In this battle, he did not succeed. Nether River Patriarch also failed. The common people had lost another chance. Grave Immortal King was not in a good mood. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the border of the western outer continent. There, the Grave Clan disciples and the experts of the Great Kindness world were waiting. Family head. The Grave Clan disciples called out. "Let's go back," Grave Immortal King said calmly. Everyone followed Grave Immortal King back to the Great Kindness world. Zhong Shan stood in the starry sky with Jian Ao beside him. The two of them looked at the central palace entrance. Gui Guzi is righteous. Yen Chuan has escaped this calamity. Unfortunately, the Great Emperor altar is not a good thing, Jian Ao said solemnly. Great Emperor altar? It was precisely because of the Great Emperor altar that fate had chosen Yen Chuan first. This thing was indeed not a good thing. Not only that, there is also zombie Yen Chuan's body. Perhaps, even without the Great Monarch altar, fate will still find him. Zhong Shan shook his head. The two of them looked at each other for a while before finally flying back to the Great Wide World. Although Wu Jiong did not participate in the war, he had always been paying attention to the movements of the world. He stood in the shadows and observed everything. At this moment, his heart grew heavier and heavier. Wu Jiong discovered that he was getting further and further away from the group of heroes. The current 16 levels of heaven could be said to be incomparably tyrannical in the past. However, in the face of the current world, it was as if it could be destroyed at any time. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong sighed softly. All of a sudden, the entire world began to rumble. Arg! 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 Countless dragon roars rang out from the depths of the earth as luck filled the dragon veins of the earth once again. Then, the overflowing luck soared into the sky and returned to all parts of the world. Great Qin City and Xianyang cities surging fate once again rushed into the Sea of Fate and entered the Sea of Fate. Ang! The two golden dragons of fate appeared again. Just like the golden dragon of fate in the past, it once again acknowledged the great celestial realm. 10 days later, in the infinite realm, boom, an 18-colored mist of light surged out from zombie Yen Chuan's body. 18 levels of heaven? Zombie Yen Chuan opened his eyes. Two 18-colored lights shot out from his eyes. His gaze was sharp, and a murderous aura shot out in all directions. Zombie Yen Chuan looked at his palms. A gift from the Nether River? The power of the Nether River's birth chart and the power that overflowed from the destruction of the new world allowed me to break through? Zombie Yen Chuan said in surprise. It was difficult for Jiangchen to cultivate. Jiangchen had worked endlessly in the past, but he only reached the 17th level of heaven. He did not expect the Nether River to be so much stronger than Jiangchen in the past. Zombie Yen Chuan clenched his fists. A hint of determination flashed in Yen Chuan's eyes as he said, "Patriarch Nether River, thank you for your gift. This gift is extremely important to me. It saved me a lot of effort. Although I don't understand what you meant in the end, Jiangchen said that I've become stronger. You said that you underestimated fate, but I'll do my best not to disappoint those who have placed their hopes in me." My grandfather, Bai Huang Gui Guzi, Kong Huang'an, Jiangchen Mingyi, the Great Supremacy, and the Great Supremacy. Just you wait and see. I'll do my best. If your dreams come true one day, I'll do my best to help you. I hope we'll have a chance to drink and chat together again, Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yen Chuan closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, there was a small droplet of liquid in the space between his eyebrows. It seemed to contain the image of the new world from before. The heart of the world? Although I don't know what this thing can do now, I'll think about it carefully. Yen Chuan said solemnly. After saying that, zombie Yen Chuan rushed toward the Great Qin City. Boom! When zombie Yen Chuan returned, the officials all gathered around him. Great Emperor! The officials all gathered around him. Let's go! Zombie Yen Chuan said. Following this, zombie Yen Chuan led the officials into the Yang realm. In the Yang realm, Yen Chuan was already waiting in his human form. Almost everyone was wearing white mourning clothes. The Empress, the Crown Prince, and some other officials were waiting. The seven-dragon carriage silently stopped at the entrance of the skyward palace. Yen Chuan, the empress, and the crown prince stepped onto the dragon carriage, and the officials followed behind them. "Let's go!" Bai Qi called out. "Roar! Roar!" The seven dragon carriages took off and headed north. Almost all of Great Zhen's officials moved out, heading straight for the Great Thousand World in the outer North Continent. At this moment, Yen Chuan was no longer worried about the outside world attacking Great Zhen. The world's situation was almost clear. There were only a few factions left, and Yen Chuan was sure that they wouldn't take advantage of this opportunity to attack. A few days later, everyone entered the outer North Continent. Outer North Continent, Immortal Palace. Reporting to Realm Lord, Yen Chuan has entered the outer North Continent. An official reported to Zhong Shan. "I know." Zhong Shan nodded. "Realm Lord, should we send an envoy?" The official asked. "No need." Yen Chuan brought the officials to the Bai clan's ancestral hall to pay respects to Bai Huang's tomb and bury Gue Guzi. "There is no need to disturb them." Zhong Shan said. "Yes." Bai clan's ancestral hall. The seven-dragon carriage arrived. Looking from afar, countless cypress trees towered into the clouds, and the mountains were destroyed. However, Zhong Shan did not allow anyone to enter. This was a forbidden area, the place where Bai Huang was buried. From afar, the dragon carriage stopped. Yen Chuan looked at the scenery around him, and his eyes were slightly moist. On the dragon carriage, there was a coffin with Gue Guzi's clothes. "Mister, we are back." Yen Chuan looked at the coffin inside. In this place, there were countless beautiful memories of Yen Chuan's first life. Bai Yi grew up here, playing here, crying here, laughing here. At that time, the Bai clan was prosperous. At that time, Bai Huang was still alive, smiling kindly at Bai Yi. At that time, Gue Guzi was still alive, strictly teaching Yen Chuan cultivation. At that time, Bai Yi was still carefree. At that time, Bai Yi was still carefree. The sea had turned into mulberry fields. Everything had changed. Bai Huang had fallen, Gue Guzi had fallen, and the Bai clan had perished. The valley that used to be cheerful was now silent, dead silent. Tears flowed down Yen Chuan's face as he looked at the valley. Behind him, the empress, the crown prince, and the officials waited quietly. Chapter 1572. In the Great Thousand World, the Bai clan's former residence. The zombie Yen Chuan sat in the dragon carriage as if he was in seclusion. The human Yen Chuan brought the empress, the crown prince, and the officials to pay respects to Bai Huang's tomb. Looking at the place where the first generation was born, Yen Chuan felt sad. The Bai clan used to be prosperous, and their every move was watched by the world. Today, they were completely wiped out. After quietly reminiscing for a while, Yen Chuan let out a sigh, then stepped forward and flew towards the interior. The officials followed behind him. The surrounding mountains were shattered, and it seemed like they had been through the passage of time. Yen Chuan knew that this must have been caused by Bai Huang's last battle before he died. Inside, there were countless formations around. Walking slowly, everything was so familiar. Yen Chuan smiled bitterly along the way. The officials followed behind quietly, not daring to disturb him. Slowly, they walked to a tall mountain in the center. At the top of the mountain was a huge palace. The words, Bai Clan Ancestral Hall, were written on the plaque of the palace. At the entrance of the Bai Clan Ancestral Hall, an old man could be seen from afar. He was gently sweeping the area with a broom. The old man lowered his head, and his turbid eyes instantly saw Yen Chuan. Suddenly, the old man shuddered and looked surprised. He immediately put down the broom and quickly went down the mountain to welcome him. "This sinner, the ancestral dragon, greets the heavenly emperor." The old man immediately knelt and said with a guilty expression, "The ancestral dragon?" Yen Chuan frowned. The officials around were also surprised. This person called the great emperor, the heavenly emperor. Could he be an old official of the great emperor's first generation? Many of the officials recognized him at a glance. Umph, umph. A series of cold snorts sounded. Clearly, their attitudes toward the ancestral dragon were not friendly. "Minister Lu, Who is this ancestral dragon? Yifeng looked at Lu Buwei in confusion. In the past, in our first generation, he was the supreme beast of the Great Qin Empire, the ancestral dragon. In the past, the great monarch gave him a very high status, and in the Great Qin imperial court, the ancestral dragon was on the same level as the great monarch. In the final battle, when the great monarch and Zhong Shan fought, the ancestral dragon, as one of the main forces of the Great Qin Empire, was unable to fight with his full strength. Oh, the supreme beast of the past? That's right. In the past, the Great Thousand World only had two strongest cultivators left, the Great Emperor and Zhong Shan. The ancestral dragon was the sovereign of the Great Qin Empire, but he wasn't of the same mind as the Great Qin Empire. In the final battle, even if the ancestral dragon gave his all, even if he lost, no one would blame him. He was the first to fight, but in order not to offend either side, he didn't give his all. If the Great Emperor won, even if there were some flaws in his battle, it wouldn't matter much. Lu Buwei sneered. Yifeng analyzed and said, "No wonder everyone is dissatisfied with the ancestral dragon. Not only that, I presume that the ancestral dragon didn't follow the Great Qin Empire's ministers to their deaths. If he gave his all back then, even if he didn't follow us to our deaths, we wouldn't blame him." Lu Buwei snorted. In front, the ancestral dragon knelt in front of Yan Chuan. "Ancestral dragon, your cultivation was sealed?" Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. The ancestral dragon said bitterly, "This sinner deserves it. In the past, I wanted to curry favor with both sides. In the final battle, you, the heavenly emperor, fell and Zhong Shan achieved immortality. This sinner wanted to join Zhong Shan, but Zhong Shan looked down on me." "Oh." Yan Chuan stared at the ancestral dragon. "This sinner deserves it." Zhong Shan saw that this sinner didn't give his all in that battle. Not only did he not thank the sinner, but he also made things difficult for me. No, it should be the ministers of Zhong Shan who made things difficult for me. The world is so big, but there is no place for me. Later, Bai Huang took pity on me and invited me into the Bai clan. Although you were guilty back then, you have contributed greatly to the Great Qin Empire. Forget it." Yan Chuan said indifferently. "This sinner is guilty, but I have come to my senses. Bai Huang also took good care of this sinner. This sinner is grateful." One day, Bai Huang divined the fate of the heavens and seemed to have guessed that the Bai clan was going to suffer a great calamity. He sent me out and brought a letter to Zhong Shan to plead on my behalf. After I left, the Bai clan was fated to be annihilated. This sinner escaped the calamity. Ancestral dragon said. After Zhong Shan knew about it, he still held a grudge against this sinner. He sealed this sinner's cultivation and asked this sinner to build the Bai clan ancestral hall here to guard this place forever to atone for my sins. Ancestral dragon said bitterly. Looking at the ancestral dragon, Yan Chuan's expression turned solemn. "Bring me to the hall." Ancestral dragon answered. He got up and brought Yan Chuan to the Bai clan ancestral hall on the mountain. Everyone climbed the mountain and no one flew. Step by step, they walked to the Bai clan ancestral hall. Under ancestral dragon's lead, Yan Chuan stepped into the Bai clan ancestral hall. Inside the Bai clan ancestral hall, there were statues erected. The statues were vivid and lifelike. There were thousands of them along the way. When Yan Chuan saw these statues, his eyes turned slightly red. Most of them were familiar faces. These were all carved by the sinner. The Bai clan was destined to be annihilated. Back then, they were all annihilated, including Bai Huang. In the end, they died without a complete corpse. This sinner buried them in this hall. These statues were carved by this sinner based on my memories over the years, Ancestral Dragon said with a bitter smile. Yan Chuan looked at these statues one by one until he reached the northernmost side. It was a white-robed old man. The old man had a kind face, but there was wisdom in his eyes. Ancestral Dragon carved everyone's form very well. Looking at Bai Huang's statue, Yan Chuan's eyes turned red again. He bowed respectfully to the old man's statue. When Yan Chuan bowed, everyone followed suit. "Grandpa, I've brought Uncle Master back," Yan Chuan said in a slightly hoarse voice. There was a small door at the side. Under Ancestral Dragon's guidance, Yen Chuan walked to the back of the hall. It was a huge tomb. Everyone was buried together. "Bury Mr. Yen Chuan said. "Yes." The coffin bearers behind him answered. "Here, there's space here." Ancestral Dragon immediately instructed everyone to bury Gue Guzi's empty coffin. Looking at the huge tomb, Yen Chuan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He walked back to the hall again. Yen Chuan waved his hand gently. Whoosh! Beside Bai Huang's statue, another statue suddenly appeared. It was Gue Guzi's statue. Gue Guzi's statue leaned beside Bai Huang in a respectful manner. Then, Yen Chuan led the officials out of the hall. Standing outside the hall, he bowed again to the Bai clan ancestral hall. As soon as he bowed, the officials followed suit. Ancestral Dragon stood respectfully at the side. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan adjusted his mood and turned to look at Ancestral Dragon. He waved his hand. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in Ancestral Dragon's body. A huge aura emanated from Ancestral Dragon's body. Forget it. All these years, you've established the Bai clan ancestral hall with the power of Immortal. Let's forget about the past grudges. Go wherever you want. Yen Chuan said. Ancestral Dragon looked at himself. The familiar power surged again. The long-awaited freedom was right in front of him. His eyes were slightly wet. Ancestral Dragon suddenly knelt down again. It was Bai Huang who gave me back my confidence and dignity, and even allowed me to escape. Initially, when I was sealed by Mount Zhong, I still had complaints in my heart. After all these years, I've thought it through. It's all my fault. I'm ungrateful, and I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I don't ask for the Heavenly Emperor's forgiveness. I only ask for the Heavenly Emperor's shelter. Even if I have to pull the carriage for the Heavenly Emperor, I'll be satisfied. I hope the Heavenly Emperor will give me a chance to redeem myself. I beg the Heavenly Emperor. Ancestral Dragon kowtowed. Ancestral Dragon kowtowed. The officials behind Yen Chuan had a complicated expression. Yen Chuan was also silent for a while. Looking at the Bai clan ancestral hall in front of him, he finally sighed and said, "In that case, you and Dragon Fifth will pull the carriage for me." "Yes, thank you, Heavenly Emperor," Ancestral Dragon said gratefully. Chapter 1573. Netherworld, Inner North Continent. Undying Church. Outside the territory, a group of black-robed figures were flying. The one leading them was Mu Su Gu of the Grave Clan. He had fought with Mu Su Gu many times in the past. Now that Mu Su Gu had fallen, Mu Su Gu's status in the clan had reached the highest level. In his black robe, Mu Su Gu's appearance was extremely horrifying. His face was covered in bones and flesh, emitting a blue light. "Elder, it's here!" A man beside him shouted. Mu Su Gu squinted his eyes. "Undying Church? It's called Undying Territory." Mu Su Gu said, "Elder, this Empress is really daring. She's courting death. Is the Undying Territory something she can call Undying Territory?" A disciple flattered. "That's right, Elder. Only our Grave Clan's territory can be called Undying Territory. This Empress is obviously courting death and is arrogant." Another disciple shouted. "What's more infuriating is that the Empress has established a sect that dares to call itself Undying Church." "What do you know?" Mu Su Gu said. Everyone was stunned. The Empress is the daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Of course, she has the qualifications to establish the Undying Church. Mu Su Gu said. The Great Phoenix Supreme? The daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme who created the 72 paths of reincarnation? The group of Grave Clan disciples exclaimed. Even if they had poor eyesight, they understood the Empress's identity. The Grave Clan was a clan that grew up in reincarnation. In their cultivation, they needed the help of various paths of reincarnation. In other words, the Grave Clan could be considered a disciple of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Now, there was actually a daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme? Everyone's expression turned solemn. Although they were only loyal to the clan, no one dared to disrespect the Great Phoenix Supreme. In the First Era, the Great Phoenix Supreme established the Undying Church. Her daughter established the Undying Church. What's wrong with that? Mu Sugu said. Yes, we're talking nonsense. Everyone immediately said. Elder, even if the Great Phoenix Supreme is powerful, our Grave Clan leader is definitely not weaker than her. Our clan leader is now at the 18th heaven. He should be on the same level as the Great Phoenix Supreme. That's right. Our clan leader can't be weaker than the Great Phoenix Supreme. Everyone said again. All right, you're not allowed to gossip about the Patriarch and the Great Phoenix Supreme anymore. The skeleton said. Elder, why have we come here today? The skeleton thought for a moment and said, last time, the sect master's plan was disrupted by the Nether River Patriarch. In the end, the Nether River Patriarch failed, and the family master had no choice but to do it again. The Great Force Supremacy had fallen and disappeared, so he could only find another peerless expert from the first epoch to assist the family master. This time, we are here to persuade the family master. We have a request for the Emperor. Everyone replied. Go! With that, everyone flew towards the Undying sect. Just as he was about to fly towards the Undying arena, Ming! In the distance, a deafening phoenix cry came from the Undying sect. Then, from a palace in the distance, one could see with the naked eye, a huge illusion of a 72-tailed phoenix suddenly flew out. It soared into the sky and illuminated the entire territory. Boom! Endless rays of light spread out, propitious chi soared into the sky, and spiritual rain fell from the sky. An extremely vast aura spread out from the distance. The skeleton suddenly stopped and looked into the distance in surprise. Elder, what's going on? Everyone asked in surprise. The skeleton said, the Patriarch deduced that the lifeless soul obtained by the ghost fire died in the hands of the Emperor. The Emperor took back the inheritance of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Now, the Emperor should have broken through. Broken through? The Emperor is already at the 17th heaven. The skeleton said with an ugly expression. So what, it's only the 17th heaven? A family disciple said. The skeleton looked over and showed a trace of disdain. What do you know? Have you seen the Emperor's battle? It's always a battle of higher levels. The 17th heaven means that he has the strength to challenge the 18th heaven. Do you think he's trash like you? 17th heaven? We may have to work even harder this time. The skeleton said bitterly. With that, he continued to lead the group of juniors to the Undying sect, underworld, above the inner south continent. Buzz. A dazzling light suddenly bloomed in a place. The void shook slightly, and a white-robed figure walked out from it. It was silver-eyed Yanchuan. He finally refined the other lifeless souls. But silver-eyed was still the same. It was still silver-eyed, but at this moment, silver-eyed was more dazzling. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he could see through the world. Boom! 6,000 heavenly Tao suddenly surrounded his body. 3,000 heavenly Tao from the Great Thousand World and the Great Evil World became more perfect at this moment. Silver-eyed Yanchuan stepped out and saw the giant phoenix in the inner north continent soaring into the sky. The Emperor has broken through? Silver-eyed Yanchuan said with a trace of surprise. After recovering from his shock, silver-eyed Yanchuan's face turned grave as he took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Realm. Outer North Continent, Zhongshan's study. Sector Lord, Yanchuan has settled down in the Bo clan's old land. Yi Yen said solemnly. Settled down? Zhongshan frowned. There was only the human Yanchuan, but the zombie Yanchuan has been sitting in the dragon carriage all this time. Yi Yen said solemnly. Zhongshan sat on the dragon throne and pondered for a while. As expected of Ying, he is waiting for me to challenge him. Zhongshan laughed. That Yanchuan is not in Xianyang. He doesn't want to use the power of one dynasty? Yi Yen was surprised. Zhongshan shook his head. In this battle, Yanchuan doesn't want to use the power of two dynasties, it's just me and him. Go to the Bo clan's old land and tell them that I will be there in 3 days. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yi Yen answered and left. After Yi Yen left, Zhongshan stepped out of the study and looked into the distance. Soon, some important officials received the news and rushed over. Sector Lord, are you ready to fight with Yan Chuan? One of the officials asked immediately. The time has come. Zhongshan nodded affirmatively. 3 days later, at the Bo clan's old land, at the peak of a mountain, there was a pavilion on the peak of the mountain and a piece of empty land. Some of the officials were standing on the empty land. In the pavilion sat the human Yan Chuan and the zombie Yan Chuan. There was a stone table in front of them. They were playing chess with each other. Beside them stood the messenger, Yan. Yan Chuan placed his chess piece quietly. There was no noise around. Who? In the distance, there was a sudden sound of wind. Zhongshan stepped on a cloud and came with a group of officials. The two Yan Chuan stopped what they were doing and the human Yan Chuan spoke. You are here. Yan Chuan smiled. Who? Zhongshan stepped into the pavilion. Yan bowed slightly and retreated behind Zhongshan. Zhongshan looked at the two Yan Chuan and smiled. Here. This is the Bai Clan Star Observatory. My grandfather spent most of his time here, please. Yan Chuan nodded. Zhongshan also nodded. The three of them sat down slowly. An official from Great Jun poured tea for them. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.